Hey guys, gotta apologize. Time got away from me and I was late for my own stream. I can see TJ like doing the shame thing there backstage. I was dealing with dog issues and I may still have to go back there and get Brandon because I don't know. His internal time clock has an uncanny ability that he wakes up just before every stream that I do, and starts pacing around. And then, of course, he'll get down and it's like those commercials where the poor old people fall and they say, "Help! I've fallen and I can't get up." Well, he does that. Only he barks and barks and barks until somebody comes and gets him. So I may have to do that. But hey Blissful, hey Texas. Sorry I was late. Sorry to TJ that I was late because I know by the time I got back here, I could see that he was definitely on time. Um, a little heads up on my Twin Peaks stream that I did. YouTube has put it back uh, on my channel, but CBS still refuses to take away their claim to the Twin Peaks intro. And basically, that means that, they'll let it go, but they really don't think I should be using it. So I don't want anything to come of it. So I'm in the process of trimming the intro out and just having me talking about the episodes just to be on the safe side because I just don't want them to come back later and say, "Oh, by the way, we're going to take your whole channel down or we're going to do this or that because you had this on there." I just don't want to risk it. And I hear Sammy barking, so I may shortly have to go back there and take care of something. Um, so I'm going to go ahead and add TJ here. Um, hey, TJ. So sorry for me being late. Um,
Stuff happens,
well, something's about getting ready to happen because I've got to go back there and make Sammy shut up. Hold on just a second. I'll let TJ entertain y'all for a little bit.
I'm gonna do a magic trick for you. I'm gonna make Dana disappear. Oh wow! I am so good. I'm like David Copperfield. Um, yeah. Well, I'm gonna drink something. Oh, I can show things. Let's see. I got some belated birthday presents recently, so I got this tiki mug, which is pretty cool. I was happy to get this. And what else did I get? Nothing here. I got this cool Elvira Toonie Terra figure. I got a bunch of these for Christmas and my birthday. Got a ton of these crappy things. No, they're pretty cool, actually. Let's see. What else do I get? Oh, yeah. I got the American Werewolf in London one.
Ooh, that's cool.
It's a pretty cool cartoony Jack. I like that one.
I think I have a mask somewhere of Jack after he gets all messed up, of course.
Be serious, would you?
Exactly. So I wanted to bring up just a really short daily grindhouse type of thing, just because it kind of, I don't know if it's just because I've been, been tired or what, but this just kind of hit me wrong. And you guys might think, well, Dana, why did that bother you? But I want to talk about people that I think just, I'm not going to name names, but some people I feel like they just make a YouTube account not to put videos up because 9 times out of 10, these people don't even have any videos up. They just want to troll other people and put nonsensical comments on their videos. So I got one such comment um, they basically said, please remove your hat when you're broadcasting. It it's something about it. You can't see your facial features, and you can hardly see your eyes. And I want to say, well, what the hell are you worried about my facial features or my eyes? I mean, yeah, we're on camera,
I'll be
but
right back. Continue.
I, I am on camera just to, have a personability to these videos. I'm not on here so that people can look and see what I look like necessarily. But I did try to pull the hat up a little bit because I know sometimes it does slide down a little bit. Um, but I don't know. I consider that trolling behavior. I mean, why would you make a comment like that? It really does nothing to um help you better your videos or anything like that. I don't even think that's constructive criticism necessarily. Um, but 71, you say, oh my God, there's a clown behind TJ. So, uh, let's see. 71, you say they want the money. Uh, Probably they do. If you're talking about CBS, they probably do want the money. But being as I'm not getting any money for none of my videos are monetized. Oh my. Because I don't have enough subscribers to justify me getting any money, and I'm not really concerned about that at this point. So CBS or anybody else is not gonna be able to get any money off of me, but I just don't want the risk of my channel getting taken down because, look what happened to old Curly Jaws. So we just play it safe and just won't. I'm not. I'll just put my old intro up the next time I do a Twin Peaks stream. I'm not going to try to be creative anymore or extra creative. I'll just
Hmm.
what you got is what you got, and I'm just gonna play it safe and stay with that. Um,
I got a video taken down too, actually,
oh, did you?
for copyright. Yeah, it's been up there for like a couple of months. It was a short reaction video to a short, and nothing. And I just out of the blue, I got an email, and I was like, oh, they took it down. I didn't get. It was a copyright thing, but I wasn't like I didn't get in trouble. Like I'm not like I don't have a strike against me, but
Yeah,
they took it down. And I just deleted the file off of the log or whatever, and I was like,
yeah.
oh.
YouTube basically wouldn't allow mine to be viewed. It was like it was hidden for
Mm-hmm.
about a day or a day and a half or whatever. And then they put it back, and I thought, oh, maybe CBS took away their claim. No, they didn't think my dispute rather was valid. So I was like, all right. They put it back, so I'm just going to take the music or the video intro off of there and just
Yeah.
call it good. Um, Blitzel says, I love your hat and they were rude. Well, it was slightly rude, and I don't need that static. I'm not on here to say, look how pretty I am, because I know what I look like. I'm just a plain ordinary person. I'm not anything special, and that's not why I'm on here on video. I'm only on here just because I think it's fun to get on here, and hopefully when I have other people on here, we have a good time, just kind of uh, throwing things back and forth and making comparisons between um, like we're talking about Tales from the Darkside tonight. Me and TJ sometimes have the same ways that we feel about certain episodes. Sometimes we have different ideas. or attitudes about it. And I think that's great. And again, I'm only on video because I think it makes it more personable. I'm not on here to impress anybody. So that's just where I stand on that. Dirk, you say, yeah, that's bullshit, Dana. Now, are you talking about the hat thing or what CBS was doing about the copyright stuff? 71, you say, did I miss a falling incident? Damn. I don't think TJ actually fell. I think he may have kind of tripped.
I knocked over my heater, is what I did.
I've done that when I have my little electric fireplace behind me. Sometimes I fall over it. At 71, you said there's a lot of crap going on here anymore. Yeah, it seems like there's more than there used to be. Dirk says, y'all ready for this Keno sale tomorrow? Or like,
oh God, I'm sick of sales already.
I am too. It seems like everybody is having sales, and it's like, are they really sales? I mean, come on.
Halfway sales and 2/3 of the way sales and quarter of the way sales and
I mean,
time travel sales.
Keno does a good job sometimes, and people were talking about Hamilton Books had a good sale.
Easter sales. Okay, I'm sorry.
Easter yeah. That'll be the next thing, won't it? You never know who's going to have a sale and what they're going to have a sale on.
Yeah.
So we're going to go ahead and get started with this is the final stream on these Tales from the Darkside. So everybody cry now. So
it's so sad.
But I'm hoping TJ will join me for either Twin Peaks streams or maybe we can do something else like monsters or something like that later on.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I haven't seen those for a long time. I've only seen like select episodes that I've seen more than twice. So
right. And I think somebody asked about Tales from the Crypt and gosh, what was it CK asked me about? I can't even remember. I'm gonna have to ask him again.
Grey's Anatomy? No.
Nah, it wasn't Grey's Anatomy.
Yeah, it's season 87 right now, so it's like, yeah, it take forever to get through that show.
So we left off, the last episode we talked about last time was payment overdue.
Yeah.
And TJ and I kind of teased everybody that this next episode, the one we're going to kick this one off with, is it's out there, and I thought it was creepy. I thought the ending, the stinger, was shocking. I mean, I still think it's shocking. Just, but we'll get to that.
Yeah, so, there's a bunch of episodes in these last 10 where the ending is pretty. I mean, I still think the Miss Medusa one was a pretty, like I said, I thought it was a mean-spirited ending.
Spirited, yeah.
I mean, this one sort of has it halfway there, I guess, but we didn't talk about it yet. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, there's a twist. I'm spoiling that. The Tales from the Darkside episode.
So this episode is called Love Hungry. And I'm going to let, as I do with my guests on the show, I'm going to let TJ kick it off and start talking about Love Hungry first.
Okay, so it starts off with Betsy, and Betsy is a telephone. She sells crap over the telephone. Very apropos nowadays. People want to have jobs at home. This was back in 1988. So I wrote down her little spiel that she says when she does one of the robocalls. And Special Editions Limited. This is about you being able to own lovely edition of Special Editions Limited. Those special books not available on television or in bookstores or anywhere else for that matter. Yes.
Yeah, that's great.
And then the woman hangs up on her. Click.
Yeah.
Anyway. So she has, she's trying to lose weight. She has a refrigerator that calls her names, calls her fat, and insults her. And she talks to her plants. She sprays her plants every day, and she's like, while she's eating. So she's eating, and so she's on a diet, eating and taking care of her plants. And she's like, "Isn't that delicious?" Oh, so she's trying to get all these fads. She's trying to do all these weight loss fads. She reads one in the paper, but she sort of ignores it. And then she gets a call from a friend of hers who she went to high school with. I guess they went to prom together. He mentions the prom, and she's she's self-conscious, and she doesn't want to really meet him, but he really wants to see her, and he seems really excited. It's sort of like not like Mary, but it's kind of has that feel to it. I noticed. I'm sure that not just this season, but just to this example, there's a lot of stories that are sort of versions of the same thing in this season, which I noticed. But I said before, how many times can you come up with something original and then people just kind of repeat what's already happened? But anyway, so he's like, "Okay, I'm going to pick you up and we're going to go out to dinner." And she's like, "Okay," but she didn't really want to go. Meanwhile, she gets a package delivered by some strange man, and she first gets a phone call, and he basically the guy on the phone is like, "Yo, we have this guaranteed weight loss thing," and he actually it's called Wait Away. Wait Away calling, the call that will change your life. And it's not available. He says the same thing she said earlier. It's not available in bookstores or anywhere else for that matter. And she's like, doesn't really want it, but she ends up getting a package in the mail. And she opens it, and it's this earpiece, and it says, "If you wear this before each meal, it'll curb your appetite." So she doesn't think anything of it, and then the guy. Her ex-boyfriend, Elmo. The cute little balding, mustached guy who's been I looked at his IMDb, and I remember him from stuff, but he was in a lot of TV shows and stuff. He was in the original Newhart show. I think he was a doctor in that, and if you see him, you'll be like, "Oh, I remember him from something."
He looks like a doctor or a dentist, maybe.
Or just some geeky, and she was in. I looked at her IMDb too, and I didn't recognize a lot of the stuff she was in, but she was in Dead End with the Christmas one with Ray Wise and the what's her face from the Insidious movies. What the hell is her name? What's his face's sister?
Was it Lynn?
Yeah. So I was like, "Oh, okay, I don't remember her from that," but anyway, she did a bunch of stuff. So anyway, they seem to be hitting it off, and so they're at this restaurant, and she's obviously worried about the eating in front of him, and so she puts the little earpiece in while he's gone off to go to the bathroom or something, and she starts hearing weird sounds coming from other people's tables, but she realizes it's coming from the food, and they're screaming. So if anybody's seen Sausage Party,
I know of it, but I didn't watch it.
This is kind of like where you could hear the food being eaten, and they're screaming in terror. These are some pretty intense screams and yells and just weird noises. It's very disturbing. You said it was a disturbing. Yeah, it's immediately disturbing. You think it's going to be this cute kind of comedy.
Yeah.
These two people kind of connect and fall back in love, and then she's trying to lose weight and all that stuff. But no, this is getting dark.
Seems like a Freddy's Nightmares episode with some of some of the themes that are running through it. I kept expecting Freddy Krueger to pop up and how you doing, Betsy?
He's doing a little wraparound for it. Yeah. Yeah. So they have a nice date. She still feels, self-conscious, and like he says before he leaves, he comes back, and she gets another package. He goes, "Oh, there's a package for you." From I like the name of the weight loss place. Your wait is over. I think is a very clever. Like someone should steal that and actually name a weight loss program after that. That would be funny.
Yeah. Creepy too, though. Considering
your wait is over. So Elmo's like, Betsy, you were the prettiest girl in school, and she smiles and he leaves, and then she goes, I'm not the prettiest anymore, which is it's sad too.
Yeah.
Like she's not like I said, she starts off funny. It starts off like a comedy, and then it gets sad. Mm-hmm. Especially since he really likes her and doesn't care what she looks like, and he's all for her, and they seem to fall in love pretty fast. Even though they dated years ago in high school, but yeah. So she gets the glasses and tries the glasses on, and she sees something weird. She takes them off, and she's like, one of those, did I see what I just saw?
Yeah.
She puts them back on, and there were 3 pieces of fruit and a pear, a banana, and an apple, and they come to life and start talking to her, and they're like, don't eat us, so the pear is Southern for some reason, so the pear is, don't eat us, Betsy, please don't eat us, please. And the banana, I think, is from New York, because he's like, hey lady, what are you doing? Don't eat us, where? And then the apple is like, well, you can't eat us because we're alive like you are. And I'm like, okay, these are like, so it gets even weirder that we have 3 different voices from the...
Yeah, a very intelligent piece of fruit there, I think.
Yes.
The apple especially.
So they're like, yeah, Betsy, don't eat us. And she's like, oh no, I won't, I promise, I won't eat you. But she's like, she's very hungry. So she falls asleep after the date, and she's ravenous the next morning, and that's where it's like a little weird, because it's extra weird, but it's to push the story along. But it's like, why is she like dying of starvation just the next night? Like, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not making fun of the woman, but she was a bigger lady, so I would think that it would take a little bit before she got to the starvation point.
Yeah, I mean, but like she's like, I can't not eat, and she goes into the refrigerator, and there's like a piece of like roast beef, and it's like, hey, what are you doing? Close the door.
And it talks about it. He'll give her heartburn.
Yeah, it'll give her a heartburn and indigestion, and you don't want to eat me, lady. You're gonna get sick about you. So it's like, she's like, great, now I can't eat anything. And then she gets another call from Elmo, who wants to take her out to dinner again, and she's just like, she's hungry, but she doesn't want to go out to eat because of the glasses and the... Yeah, so, and then she's kind of alone. She starts like sewing some, I don't know if she's embroidering or whatever, and she's having a conversation with the pear, and the pear is kind of goading her to try to eat her, which is like, all right, you're like, don't eat me, then you're like, oh, you should eat me fast before I get all soft and brown and age spot. Getting old, terrible, Betsy, isn't it? And she's like, yeah, I would hate to be old. And she's like looking like she wants to just eat the poor pear. And I'm like, well, pear, stop telling her how sweet and succulent and tasty you look and all that stuff.
Well, the pear wouldn't have to worry about me because I don't like pears. But bananas and apples, I like those, so they would have to worry about that.
So then, going through my references. she starts watering her plants again after some time has gone by, and she's like, well, you get to eat, but Mommy can't eat. And she looks over to the fruit, and they're just like staring at her with these weird phrases that the fruit have. You guys, people have to see this episode to believe it. I don't even want to describe what they just have these big black eyes and these like very expressive mouths. It's very distinct.
Almost like a horrific version of Sesame Street. You know those segments they would have on Sesame Street sometimes?
Yeah.
With fruit or different things, or the Muppets, doing stuff. But just think if that was a horror version of Sesame Street. Now, I'm not trying to give anybody any ideas because they're already, they did it to Winnie the Pooh. And what else were they going to do it to? And
that movie. Oh yeah, the pear has sort of like a sad face, like, and the apple's like, and the banana's like, what are you doing there, lady? That kind of.
The banana looks like he's constipated or something.
And she's like, and they're like trying to get her to not eat them, and she's like, "You're food. You're meant to be eaten. You're meant to make me feel good, so I can live." And she gets mad at the food, and she grabs the banana and starts almost to open it, and she drops it, and she's like, "Oh my God, what have I done?" And she's very upset that she almost ate her new friends there. Mm. And I'll stop there because that's about where the twist comes in.
Yeah. Yeah, I like this episode, but it is, as TJ said, it's very thematically dark. I mean, this is one of those darker episodes, but you get kind of fooled, as TJ also said, because it starts out kind of funny and quirky and stuff with her, just spraying her plants and Mommy's gonna feed you, num 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 num, and she just carrying on. So all of that is funny. Even some of the interaction between her and Elmo is sort of comedic, and
they're cute together. They have a nice chemistry. I think that really works with the two of them.
Mm-hmm. And I would put this, even though it is very dark, is one of my top Tales from the Darkside episodes. And I think it's probably because it is so dark. But here we've had 3 pretty dark episodes right in a row. Because when we talked about these other 2 last week, Sorry Right Number and Payment Overdue, they were also dark. So we really didn't have a break. We had like a 3 episode, just dark. And the one we're going to talk about next gets a little lighter. So I guess maybe they thought that they better give us a break with those dark themes and kind of lighten it up a little bit. But yeah, I really like the episode. I think it's a good one. And again, people talk about there not being very many good episodes the last season. I would disagree with that because I think there are several worthy episodes in this final season. So with that being said, I'm going to turn it back over to TJ to reveal the twist, the little stinger at the end.
I think maybe people in comparison to the first season, which was really good, and the second season was pretty good too, and the third one kind of had a lot of hills and valleys as far as the episodes. So I think by the time you get to the 4th season, you're kind of like fed up a little bit. So you're only concentrating on the bad episodes. Where I don't think there's that many bad episodes in this, especially this last half. I don't think there's one episode which I forgot until I started watching it, and then there's another episode I totally don't remember ever watching it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I was like, how did I miss this? And I know I saw every episode, but I guess it just wasn't that memorable, or I probably never saw it. And like, it was probably in syndication. Some episodes were repeated a lot, and then some episodes you might not have seen more than once sometimes, which is tricky thing about syndication back in Back in the old days when I was young and we had syndication.
We can talk like the grandma and grandma's last wish.
Yeah. So Betsy's shocked at what she did, and she's like, "I'm so sorry, and I, I won't do it again, and I promise." And she sees the needle on the table, and she goes to grab it, and then it's sometime later, and we get a knock at the door from Gizmo and the Gizmo, Elmo and Elmo and the landlady, and they're like, "We haven't seen her for 2 months," and I'm like, 2 months? Because she sort of blew him off a little, and never did answer the door when he had come back to see her the next day. That's another thing. He waited 2 months to.
Well, I thought he came to town like on a business trip or something. So you mean
Oh, maybe that's why.
he stayed for 2 months? It's like,
Yeah, why would he leave and then come back 2 months later? That's another weird. Yeah, but like I said, I think they just sort of, as it halfway through, they realized we had to fast forward this story, or like I said, she's like ravenous the next day, and I'm like, I know she was heavier, but that's really she was that. I mean, like I said, it's TV. It's I'm going a little too crazy commenting on how that is. So anyway, so the landlady's, yeah, I haven't seen her for 2 months. I have to collect the rent, and I'm like, she hasn't collected the rent for 2 months. What? After the first month, you think she would have been?
yeah, or slid something under the door or something saying you're going to be evicted if you don't pay your rent.
So anyway, they open the door, and you can hear bzz, bzz, like buzzing flies, and they smell like a rancid smell, and they both gasp in shock, and Elmo's like, he's very good at the expressive faces, by the way. He's like, Betsy!
Yes.
And the camera pans, and you see the fruit, which is all black and rotted, and it's just sitting there. And then you see the little pin cushion thing, and it goes up, and she had sewn her mouth shut.
Yeah.
And she's just there, kind of white and dead, and that's the end of the episode. And I was like, that's why I said it's kind of like Miss Medusa, except at least both of them didn't die. At least it was just one of them, so it wasn't as mean. But
I thought that was a little ballsy for television, too. Though just that one, I mean, they didn't linger on it. I'm not saying that they lingered on it, but just the slow pan up to her mouth, and you're like, oh my gosh, she sewed her mouth shut.
Well, they did a good thing. The smart thing as far as that, they pulled back. I mean, they had the sewn mouth, but like 2 months, she probably should have been rotted and more emaciated, more like the guy in the Halloween Candy, where he's all the old crotchety guy, like he's all like looks like a zombie kind of thing. I think they could have made her more squishy and gross. Like, I don't know what a dead person after 2 months would really look like, but
yeah, I would think it would be a little bit nastier than.
And you heard the flies, but you didn't actually see the flies on them, so I think they could have made it really grosser. I mean, it wasn't as gross as A Case of the Stubborns. Now that was pretty slimy looking. They could have done that to it.
Yeah. They could have at least had a fly crawling on her dead hand or something like that, or crawling across the table, or there's any number of things that they could have done with that.
So the company, the weight loss company, she was their experiment, because she was the first to. You're the first. When she reads the letter, she's like, "You're the first to receive this," and I was like, "Well, they obviously went out of business because."
Yeah, because it failed miserably.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah.
But like, how did you get? It'd be interesting to find. How did they get? Did they do some? Was it magic, or? Because it's like they're like, we have no gimmicks, and we just have results, and it's like, okay.
You know what it kind of reminded me of a little bit, only she didn't ask for this stuff. She didn't go anywhere and say, hey, I want to lose weight. Can you help me? But it's it's very reminiscent to me of Quitters Incorporated, the Stephen
Yeah.
King story in Cat's Eye, where James Woods' character goes to Quitters Incorporated and tells them he wants to quit smoking, and then he gets tied into Mr. Donati's insanity about how to make somebody quit smoking.
Yeah.
Um, so, this is going to a major extreme uh, for somebody that wishes that they could lose weight. And she even tells Elmo, she says, I tried the water diet, I tried the no
No,
diet.
no, diet. That was good.
Uh, and she said she tried a bunch of different things. It doesn't work, she told him. And,
A machine that's supposed to suck out the fat. She
yeah,
was going to do liposuction, but it was too much money. She couldn't afford that. So.
exactly. But I think probably the reason why this episode sticks with people or sticks with fans of the show is because weight loss has been a thing that's been hard for a lot of people for a long time. If it was easy to lose weight, if there was a magic pill to lose weight, there would be no heavy people out there. So losing weight is not an easy thing. And that's what I try to tell Steve a lot of times, because he he says when he calls them fat. I don't like to call people fat because I don't like that term. um, so I will say, yeah, so and so's a little heavy, maybe, but we don't know what's going on with them. And he says, yeah, they're fat. And you know why they're fat? Because they eat all the time. If they would, stop eating so much and get some exercise, I said, Steve, you don't know what the circumstances are. Some people have medical issues. Some people are on some kinds of medication that cause them to gain weight, to retain fluid, um, to do all kinds of things. And we just don't know what people's circumstances are. So I try to tell him you don't want to assume things about somebody just because someone's heavy. Um,
Some people don't want to lose weight. Some people are happy with the
yeah,
way they are. Some people, as long as they're healthy and they don't have any health problems, and you're
exactly.
overweight, if it's not a health thing,
Mhm. Yeah.
I thought Betsy looked fine. I mean,
Yeah, she wasn't the glamorous type, but she was a cute girl, cute woman. And if she hadn't done what she did, her and Elmo might have ended up getting married or whatever, because who knows? But then it
yeah,
wouldn't have been a Tales from the Dark Side episode, probably.
yeah.
The other thing I thought was kind of like Quitters Incorporated was the fact that once she put the earpiece and the glasses on, eventually she couldn't pull them off.
Yeah.
In the
They
same way,
won't come off.
exactly. In the same way that James Woods, it was kind of like they had a contract with him. And they basically they told him, if you smoke, we'll know it, and we'll send someone out to get your wife and bring her in here. And they show him the cat jumping around in this electrified room, and they say, we're going to bring your wife here if you smoke. And they do end up bringing his wife in there, and
That's
by the time they're done with her, her hair is standing straight up.
that's why that was a funny scene. It wasn't supposed to be, but I was laughing.
Yeah, I think everybody laughs at
Just
that.
jumping around, and I'm like, the
But
hair thing. They shouldn't have done the hair thing. That made it like.
but
Well,
they
it's also like Bigelow's Last Smoke, which was
yes, it is.
from the first season of Tales from the Darkside. So that's another thing I was saying. It's sort of not a copy, but it's kind of an idea that's the same, and they just expanded their thoughts
Right.
and they came up with their own hook. So it's not Also, this is. Oh, I was noticed a couple of these episodes. There's a lot of stuff in the '80s, like weight loss was a big thing in the '80s, and they had the tapes where like Jane Fonda workout and Angela Lansbury did one for old people, and
Oh, I didn't know she did one. That's funny. And if you go even a little bit earlier, Richard Simmons was doing Sweating to the Oldies and stuff like that. People make fun of Richard Simmons, but I think his stuff, I think his stuff was popular for a while there. I mean, people were buying those exercise tapes and
Yeah, I think he was rich from doing that.
mhm.
I mean, he
And
was doing it for the people, but he still made some money off of it.
yeah, nobody can say that they're not in something at least a little bit for the money if you are making money uh, doing whatever it is that you're doing.
I mean, he needed to buy those little shorts. He
It's
needed to buy.
oh my. So I'm going to take a break here before we go to the next episode and read through some of these messages. Hey, John, welcome back. He says, hey, y'all, how y'all doing?
Yo, John.
And he says, never made it past season 1, LOL, but I will at some point. Uh,
I was watching them on 1.5 and 2 times speed to get through them faster. So
yeah, well, sometimes when there's not a lot of action going on, I will fast forward just a little bit just so I can get through the episode a little fast.
yeah.
John, you say, Dirk, I hope there's a Keno sale tomorrow. If not, I'm going to complain until they have a sale and then praise them. Blissful says, I had a friend who was very thin. I asked her what her secret was. She said, I have a tapeworm, and she tried to get me to do it. Ugh, that's nasty. Thank you.
Get a tapeworm. You just find those randomly? I mean,
John says, to quote John McClane, it's always about the money.
yeah, well, yeah.
Blissful says that her friend was obsessed with being thin. And, I worry about people that are obsessed with being thin because those are the people that will go to those drastic lengths to be able to lose weight. And a lot of times those people become anorexic. And that's a very, very dangerous road to go down when you start, I'm not trying to gross anybody out, but running your finger down your throat, making yourself vomit, and then jumping on the scale to see if you've lost weight. Exercising, it's good to exercise, but when you over exercise and then you're not eating on top of that, it's not a good thing. Taking laxatives to rid your body of a lot of waste products basically is what you're doing, but you're causing your body to be malnourished. But we're not on here to talk about anorexia, but I just worry about people sometimes, especially young people. I even worry about Steve because I think for a man, I don't see too many men that are just completely obsessed with being a certain weight. Guys don't want to be real heavy and unhealthy. Nobody wants to be like that. But he wants to, well, how does he put it? He wants to stay as fit as he can for as long as he can. And I'm not trying to make him sound like an asshole. I'm really not. But early on in our relationship, he would talk about, things like he insinuated he hoped I never got heavy and stuff like that. And we hadn't been married very long, and I saw a lady that she wasn't huge, but she was a little heavier than I was. And I just out of the blue, I asked Steve, I said, what do you think about that lady? What if I got her weight? He said, and he didn't miss a beat. He said, you wouldn't be with me then. And that has stuck with me from that day on. And he told me the other day when I brought it up again, he was like, Dana, he said, that was years ago. I said, yeah, but I don't forget things like that. And he said, I'm with you now. I said, yeah, but we were together then when you said that too. So, it makes me fearful. And my weight fluctuates. My weight goes up and down. sometimes I can lose a little bit, and then it'll go up a little bit, and then it'll go back down. But I am not. I'm almost 47 years old. I am not going to just keep depriving myself of stuff. I will exercise and I will try to eat as well as I can. But I am not going to kill myself over it. It's just not. It's not worth it. And I would tell anybody that. But anyway, um, John said, all joking aside, I suffer from bulimia in my early 20s. I did not know that, John. So I feel that shit is a real problem and it's always a closet thing with people. Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing, John. I mean, I want people to feel comfortable to share things, uh, even if it's a little bit darker things like that. I don't mind people sharing. Um, John, you say nobody ever talks about it. It's this hush hush thing often, especially with guys. Yeah, I think guys don't. That's something that they don't want to talk about, except Steve. Like I said, Steve's obsessed with it. He will talk about it. Um, Blissful, you say, John, it really needs to be talked about. Yeah, it's just like mental health issues now. I am glad that a, a lot more people feel like it's okay to say, "Hey, I've got depression, I've got anxiety, I've got these problems," you know, and it's okay to talk about it. And I really think that that's a good thing. Because when my mom was suffering from depression, people still tried to keep it in the closet. They didn't want to talk about it. They didn't want to say, "Hey, I'm going to a psychiatrist," or I'm taking medication. But anyway, moving on to the next episode, which I said was a little bit lighter than the other three episodes before it, and this is The Deal. And I'm going to turn this over, of course, to TJ to talk about a little bit
I
first.
got a deal for you. I got one for you. So Tom is a unsuccessful screenwriter, played by Bradley Whitford, who was the racist dad in Get Out, and
Oh yeah, I'd forgotten about
which he was so young looking, and to see him now, I'm like, he's also the guy in Cabin in the Woods who wanted to see the fish monster,
Oh yeah,
and then he finally gets to see it up close. Uh,
exactly.
he's that guy. And there's actually a lot of people in this who have been in crap. So he has a neighbor played by Alan Garfield, um, who's been in Beverly Hills Cop 2 and Diabolique and a lot of stuff. Anyway, so Tom's a struggling writer. His neighbor Donald comes in and he's like, "Hey, I know somebody, and that's the best way that's how to make it in this world. It's not they both are like, it's not how good your script is, it's who you know.
Yeah.
That's the only way to make it in Hollywood." So they tell you up front that his neighbor has a dog named Diablo, and he's like I said, he's going to help him by making a deal with Tom because he's Satan. And they tell you I was like, as soon as I knew right away, and then right after he said the dog's name was Diablo, I was like, oh, that's Satan.
Yeah.
So there's no hiding it. So yeah, this is a lighter episode. So it's about the ins and outs of trying to make it in Hollywood and trying to be a writer. Excuse me. There's it's very Stephen King-esque. The main character. Yeah. Also, there's a later part. So they hook him up with this agent guy, played by Robert Costanzo, from Total Recall and Die Hard 2 and City Slickers. So there's a lot of people in this, and it's like, hey, these people went on to do a lot of stuff. It's one of those episodes where it's like, it's not the greatest. It's not my favorite episode. It was fine. Like I said, it's another devil making a deal, and it's another comedic version. So I mean, two things that aren't original in this series, but the actors are fun, and they play their characters well, and they play off of each other pretty well.
Right. Don't you think it's similar to that all clone by the
phone? Yeah. I was thinking.
Yeah, with Harry Anderson. I thought there were similarities between those two episodes.
Except there's no alien or whatever that answer machine.
Exactly. From the alternate universe.
Alternate universe, yeah. So he's like, all right. He basically, he cuts a deal with him. He wants to be a successful writer, and Tom gets what he wants. The agent guy gets fired, he's not an agent. He's like a head of one of the studios, and he gets fired because the devil gets the guy fired, and then Tom takes over. But then Tom realizes that he doesn't want to do this. It's like he's not happy. He also sold his soul, and he sold his soul and isn't happy with what he got in return. There's a part where they're talking about making one of his scripts into a movie, and they talk about this really good special effects guy who makes really good effects from Pittsburgh, from Pennsylvania. And I was like, oh, that's a Tom Savini reference.
What does he say? He makes blood so good you can taste it.
Yes. So I was like, oh, that's nice. A cool Stephen King reference. I mean, well, like I said, Stephen King, and there's another cool Tom Savini reference. And there's a one point where one of the actors comes in and says, "You were supposed to get me this part, and you promised me, you wrote it for me." And I was like, well, you gotta. This is like, I guess it was like somebody's sister or somebody's daughter or whatever got the part instead, and she's like kind of pissed off at him, and she's like, "You're not the person you used to be," and so he tells his friend who the neighbor also shows up at different points during the story as different characters. So it's sort of like Jordy Verrill, where his dad, the guy who played his dad, is playing like three different characters. Because the guy comes in as like a producer or whatever, and he goes, "You look familiar," and it's the same guy, and he does that twice with the guy.
There's little things that are different about him, but it's obvious that it's the same.
Yeah. So if he goes to the guy, look, I don't want to sell my soul, and I want to get out of this. And he's like, well, you have to have a trade. We have to make another deal where you have to have someone come in and their soul to replace your soul. So that actress who he had earlier, he pretends to have her come in to read for a role where she gives her soul to Satan. Because he says it has to be someone willingly, so I guess she's that good of an actress that the devil actually believed her. But she wishes for revenge on her lover who spurned her, which is Tom. And Tom kind of gets. I just spoiled it. Tom gets his comeuppance.
Well, that was a hard one to find a place to stop with.
I mean, the devil thing is right at the beginning. So there's one twist right at the beginning, and then the twist is he doesn't like. That's the last of the episodes. It's fine if we screw this one up. And it's really I didn't think that was the best episode. I mean, I would skip it if I was watching the DVD.
So I would like this one better than Seymour Llama.
Well, I mean,
this one is a lot more entertaining.
We're comparing rotted apples and rotted oranges in this case.
Or rotted apples and rotted bananas or something.
Yeah. Well, like I said, the acting was good with the two main guys. The female, the actress character, she's just she's an actress, so she's over exaggerating and that kind of stuff. But then she's she basically has Tom's position, and it's like one of those. Oh, we have a beautiful friendship now, the two of us. But
So
yeah, so I mean, yeah, that's this episode. I just
I
screwed it up.
oh no, that was fine, TJ. Like I said, it's like you said, the reveal that the guy Dono, is that what he calls him? Is that his name, Dono?
Yeah, I think it's Donald.
Yeah,
That's
or
in the credits.
Donald.
It's Donald. I mean,
Okay. I could, I guess because the guy maybe had a little bit of a accent, and it was a little bit hard for me to tell that he was saying Donald. I was like, is he saying Donald, or what is he saying? So I guess he was saying Donald. So um, it, I liked. I mean, I like the reveal that he was the devil, but I'm also like TJ. When the guy's got a dog named Diablo, that's pretty blatant that, this guy's got to turn out to be the devil, you know. So I like that aspect. There was one funny part where
when he reveals that he's the no, I think I know what you're going. Go ahead. Say it.
where he has the tail and the horns
Yes.
and Tom comes in.
First he's like, you don't have horns or a tail, and he's like, that's just in stories. That's not real. And then the next time he sees him, he's in like a bathrobe, and he has this like bent up, looks like a paper. It literally looks like a paper tail, and he's got these two little horns sticking out of his head. It's very like
It looks like a
he's
Halloween
enough. He's
costume.
devil enough. It just looks so cheesy.
And but you got to take into consideration that the devil would lie. So you gotta have that in there. So you can't take what anything the devil says as the truth, because he
Never
could be
trust the
lying.
devil.
Yeah, exactly. Never dance with the devil in that.
In the pale moonlight, yeah.
So yeah,
Where did they get a load of me?
I like this episode. It's not a really super strong episode. I will
Yeah.
agree with TJ on that. Um, but like I said, I would rather watch this one 10 times over than go back and watch Seymour Llama. I mean, people probably wonder, well, gosh, Dana, you like some of these other episodes. Why do you hate that one so bad? And I think it's because of that kid. I think he just annoys me. He's supposed to be annoying, but he's extra annoying to me. So, since everybody knows the twist now, and I think everybody knew that was coming pretty much before TJ got to it, because
You mean the devil's deal went wrong for the guy? What a shock.
exactly. So I'm going to read a few more of these chat messages. Because I was looking at this as TJ was talking. John says, not to start something, but no joke. I saw someone doing a Hitchcock film stream last night when y'all were doing yours. It was a bigger stream. Odd. He says, I was thinking they borrowed y'all's idea, but who knows? Maybe just a coincidence. Yeah, I may have seen that too. Um, but you wasn't starting anything, John. I mean, uh, I don't have any claim on it. I mean, it's not like a copyright thing. I'm sure I come up with ideas that I think are fresh and new, and somebody may have done it 5 years ago or something, and I just don't know.
Well, after we stopped the Tales from the Darkside stream, you know how when you watch something, you get the recommendations. There's some guys, a couple of different people who have been doing reviews of each episode. So I mean, I didn't watch their episodes and go, "Oh, let's do it." But I mean, I can see it, people having the same ideas. Like there are movie watchers, and some of them seem to have like the same, first time watchers of movies, and a lot of them seem to have like the same string of the same movies. And I just think that's what fans want of theirs more than just that someone else watched it, because some of them go, yeah, we don't want to do something that someone just did.
And John was talking about it was a bigger stream. See, that's where I don't care to have bigger streams if I've just got to cater to people all the time. And I feel like some of the people, and I could be wrong, But I feel like some of the people that have these bigger streams that maybe are doing kind of the same topics that other people are doing that don't have as much of an audience or not as much views on it. Um, I think that's sad because I want to do things that people like to watch, but I also want to do my own thing. I want to come up with my own ideas. I don't want to retread over the same stuff over and over and over again just to appease these large groups of people that just go around saying, "Oh, uh, I gave you money, so now you got to review this, or you got to do this watch along, or you got to do." I'm not saying that stuff like Rambo did is bad. If he wants to do that, that's great. And I'm not saying what Curly Jaws does is bad, because he kind of like, if people give him money or if they send him, donations or Patreon type things, then people will say, okay, you sent me this, so now I'm going to give you something. I think that's great. But I don't want, if I ever got to that point, I would not want that to take over my streams, where it got to the point where I was just doing what everybody wanted and I didn't get to do anything that I wanted. I think there's got to be a balance there.
People want to pay me to do anything. I'll take it.
TJ will take it. He'll take your money.
If Rambo gets over exerted, I'll take some of his.
Exactly.
I just want like 20%. No.
John says it was some of the blue tuber community, not Dead Pit or Garrett or anyone. Yeah, I guess I'm not.
What's BlueTuber?
Yeah, I guess I'm not familiar with that terminology. Maybe John can explain that to us a little.
Is that a sad YouTuber?
They get on there and oh, I'm so sad.
Kill me, ha! Okay, that was an Alf. Alf reference. Thank you. Remember Alf? Nobody does.
Yes, I loved Alf. Ted.
Like Trumpy, but
Ted Raimi was on
not the ex-president.
Alf.
The what?
Ted Raimi was on the episode of Alf. It's My Party, I think was what it was. The episode was called. But he was real. Ted Raimi was extra nerdy in that episode, if you can believe that.
Well, it's like Tarantino was in an episode of The Golden Girls as a background Elvis.
That's right. Yeah.
Like he get no words. He just does one of the Elvis moves.
Oh, okay. So John says, yeah, that's the term now. LOL. People who show off their collection. Gotcha.
Too many terms.
Which, again, I don't mind people showing off their collections, but if that's all you do every stream, I think that's kind of like, look at me, look at what I got and what you don't have, ha ha. That kind of deal. Sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes.
Well, people love those streams. I mean, they want to see what someone has. I mean,
Yeah. But John,
that gives me ideas too. Like, oh, I never saw that movie before. That's interesting that someone has that. And I'm like, oh, I would maybe want to see that and what that's
But
about.
then Steve has watched this guy. There's this guy. I don't know how many of you guys have seen this particular guy, but he goes by T Money, and he has his own barbecue sauce, spaghetti sauce, or something that he makes a lot of money from. But this guy will buy 5 copies of the same damn movie. I mean, nothing's different about it. And then he'll get on there on his streams and say, I don't even like this movie, but I bought 5 copies of it just because I have so much money. I don't know what to do with it, I guess.
Oh, if he says it that way, forget it.
I mean, he doesn't come right out and say it, but you.
Okay.
Why would
if he brag about how much money he has, I'd be like, hey, wait a second.
Why would somebody, though, buy 5 copies of the same damn movie and they don't even like it?
When a special edition of a movie comes out, people buy up copies. Like they'll have one for themselves, one to save, and then 3 to sell on eBay,
But
probably.
this guy keeps them all.
Oh, then I don't know. Then.
I don't get it.
If you get that money, do what you want to do with it. I'd be paying off my car and my house.
Paying off your student loans or whatever. So John says it's really lame, like a dick measuring contest of movie collectors. Yeah, I mean, I could see it that way as well. So I hope Dirk is in here because he's been waiting for us to talk about this episode, and we're finally getting to it. And that
Yes.
is The Apprentice, which has stars Haviland Morris, who, as I said before, was in
Gremlins 2.
and she was also in 16 Candles.
Yeah, she looks so different. When I was like, boy, I didn't even recognize her with the red hair. I guess she went blonde because that was the character. But
right.
Yeah, she looked so different with red hair that I was like, I didn't even realize it was the same person.
So this is a really, even though it deals with history too, it's a very 80s episode. Very 80s. The fashions, the jewelry, the makeup, all of that is, I can just look at Haviland Morris in this and say, yep, that was made in the 80s. Even if I didn't know that this episode came out in 1988.
See, that's the weird thing about it, because there's a calendar, and the character even says it once or twice. It's 1986. So I was wondering, did they film it for the second season or whatever, and they just held it over? Or did they just want to, because it made no sense for them to call it 86 if it was made in 80, even if it was made the year before, it would have been 87. So for it to be 86 seemed...
Yeah, that is a little odd.
But there's no one's ever really done behind the scenes about it. There was, when they released the first DVD set, they had a couple of, Romero did a couple of commentaries for specific episodes, but they didn't have any cast interviews and that kind of thing. And it's like, a lot of those people are dead or not in the business anymore. Because, we've talked about how there's somebody in the cast who's done the one episode and they've never done anything else.
Right.
Where are those people? And,
they should do a Where Are They Now for Tales from the Darkside. So I'm going to let TJ talk about The Apprentice first.
So this millionaire decided to get these celebrities. Oh, wait a minute. That's a different Apprentice. Yes. So Sarah McBride, they picked a really old-timey sounding name. So Sarah's a freshman, sophomore in college, and she's looking for a job. So she meets this guy who works at one of those like a Ren Fair type of thing where they act like the time period, they dress like the time period. What's that show with Elizabeth Moss? Isn't that kind of what that is? Or where she's a Quaker, whatever the hell it is. Anyway.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Like in New England, there's like Sturbridge Village, and they have where they recreate, the 1700s or whatever it is.
There's places like that around, not real close to me, but there's a place. I'm sure John is familiar with this, Land Between the Lakes or Kentucky Lake, where there's part of it is in Tennessee and part of it's in Kentucky. It's kind of like on that dividing line between Kentucky and Tennessee. Mm-hmm. And they had I guess what you would call a pioneer village. What Dad called the homestead. He told me and my brother, we're going to Kentucky Lake and I'm going to take you to the homestead and I'm going to take you to see the buffaloes, because they have buffaloes there too that are, they'll come right out in the road sometimes, these buffaloes, would, and we were just fascinated. But the homestead had actual people dressed like in pioneer days, and depending on what time you visited, they might be eating a meal, and they would be, the women would actually cook these meals just like in the old days, and the family would sit down together and eat the meals. When we got there, they were just finishing up their meal and were cleaning up after it. But you got to see people like the men farming like they would in pioneer days, and so it was really interesting.
Hmm.
So John has never heard of Kentucky Lake or Land Between the Lakes.
Huh?
Okay.
So, so the guy who runs it, Mr. Branford, he's like, well, you have to, you can't have any, you have to wear the clothes. You can't, can't talk like, yourself. She has like a cigarette lighter and cigarettes, and he's like, well, you have to take everything off, like including your undergarments, because we can't have anything, which is a little creepy. He's like,
yeah,
take off everything, including your undergarments, because they didn't wear those back in Puritan days. And she's like, okay, I got the job. Sure. She thinks it's a little weird, but she's excited to get a job, so she's not really thinking too much about it.
I think I would have already left. I would have said, I'm sorry, this job isn't for me. But anyways.
And then she's like, oh, and then it's like she still has an earring on, so she has to take that off. And she's like, oh, okay. And she's like, you still have makeup on, because and he's like, well, they wouldn't wear makeup like that back then, and she's like, I probably wouldn't fare too well back then either, back in that time. And he's like, no, you wouldn't.
Yeah, this guy has absolutely no humor.
No, he's creepy from point A. He smiles a couple times, but there's still it doesn't make you feel any comfortable, much comfortable with him. But he was, I don't know if anybody remembers the Jersey Devil episode of the hell's it? Of the X-Files. He plays one of the detectives in that.
Oh, cool.
Anyway, so like, okay, well, we gotta. So she puts all her stuff in a little packet, a little box or whatever, and when the guy turns away, she takes her cigarettes and her lighter because, of course, she can't live with she's a 20-something in the 80s and she needs her cigarettes. So she grabs her cigarettes and kind of hides them. Earlier on, she's going to change and she's going to open the door and he goes, no, not that door, the other door. When someone does that, there's something up. Yeah, when they get mad and then they're all of a sudden laughing. No, that other door. Yeah. So anyway, back to her getting ready to start her new job because she's going to start right away. Like, nope, she's not filling out any W-2 forms or anything. I don't think there's any health insurance. Maybe Puritans didn't have any health insurance. So they go through the door, and she sort of has a weird time warpy vision, and it's slow motion, and it's like some weird, we don't know exactly what's going on type of situation.
Right.
So Sarah gets introduced to Branford's daughter Jane, who's going to teach her how to spin yarn or whatever the hell they spin. And they meet Peter, who is engaged to marry Jane. And Peter's sort of, one of those guys that the women got to be cooking and doing what the man wants. And she's like, Jane, she doesn't say, she's like, you don't have to do what he says. He's like, well, he's the man. And she's like, well, that doesn't mean anything. You're a woman and you can be independent. You don't have to do what people say. You don't have to, So she's sort of, a bad influence on sweet little Jane, who just wants to do whatever the men tell her to do, which, okay. There's no women's lib with Jane. So they are she's just kind of getting used to what's going on, and she just thinks it's kind of weird, and she doesn't really. But she's like, it's a job. So, but she's really weirded about how Peter's acting towards her. Then there's a point where they start becoming friends and hitting it off, and Peter comes in while Jane is like hemming Sarah's dress because it's too long. I guess she's tripping over it, and he gets mad and he goes, "You pricked her," and Jane's like, "I did not, Peter. What are you talking about?" And Sarah's like, "I didn't do anything." And then Peter goes, "You didn't feel her prick you?" And she's like, "No, because it didn't happen." And he kind of walks away. And they have dinner. And they're like, "Oh, Sarah's about to eat," and Peter's like, "No, we say grace."
Yeah.
And then she goes, "Grace," and starts to eat again. And he goes, No, that's not how we do things here. And we have to do the Lord's Prayer. And then she's like, "I don't want to do the Lord's Prayer. I just want to eat some food here." And that's another, he's like, he's not too happy with her.
And then he tells Jane to start eating. He's like, "Go ahead and eat, Jane." It's like, damn, we need to get rid of this guy.
So Sarah pulls out her cigarette and lighter, and they're like, "What? How did you make?" And Jane is like, "How did you make fire appear from your fingers?" And she's like, "It's a lighter. I don't know what you're talking about." And she's like, "This is 1986. This is blah blah blah." And Jane's like, "This isn't 1986. This is what was it?
92.
This is 1692."
Mm-hmm.
And she's, "What? There was a calendar here. It said the date." And she looks, and there's just a clock and she's like, "What's going on?" And I'll stop there for now.
So again, I hope Dirk is still in here to hear us talking about this episode.
His favorite episode.
He can watch it later because hopefully this one won't get blocked in any way because I didn't have the Tales from the Darkside theme, which CBS also owns that show as well.
I won't do this. I don't know how many notes is legal that you can get away with.
I wouldn't know. But I do really like this episode, and it was good to be able to go back and watch it again for the stream, because I've said this before when I talk about these shows like Tales from the Darkside and Twilight Zone from the 80s and stuff like that, that when I watch these, it seems to take me back to how I felt at the time when these were originally on, not in syndication, but they were originally on. Okay. And so I was pretty young then, and felt a lot better than I do now. I didn't have any worries and stuff. So it's kind of like, I don't want to sound too philosophical, but it's almost like therapy for me. And I don't know if other people feel like that grew up on these kinds of shows. TJ, do you feel like that? Does it calm you, or like make it transport you a little bit back to how you felt when you watched these originally, or am I just really close to that?
Not as much. I watched when I was watching them. I was just like a young kid, and that's basically all I had. So I didn't have any friends and stuff like that. So I was basically watching TV shows, and the weekends were my favorite because thank God school was over and I could stay up till 3:00 in the morning watching whatever TV show or whatever random movie showed up on channels. Before cable, where you had just like television, even before right before USA Up All Night and Joe Bob and that kind of stuff.
Steve did a lot of that growing up too. Only he's a little bit older than some of us in here. Steve's in his 50s now. I'm headed that way. I'm not quite there yet. But Steve talks about, coming in from school or on the weekends watching these monster movies and things like that. And he remembers going to the movies and seeing, I want to say, Young Frankenstein. I was thinking his mom took him to the movies to see that when he was a kid. And I think that was the movie that, bless his heart, he ate a bunch of greasy French fries before watching the movie. And one thing he really remembers, other than watching that movie, is throwing up in the bathroom at the theater because he ate those greasy fries and it messed his stomach up. So sometimes you remember not so happy moments as well as the enjoyable ones.
Well, I would used to, like, I would get a bunch of food, like I'd get bags of M&Ms and I'd make microwave popcorn and chicken nuggets or whatever, and I just like put everything on the floor, and that's like sit cross-legged, kind of just watching the TV, and I was like this close to the TV, and like I said, I would stay up all night just eating crap, and that's when I was younger and I could eat that stuff and I wouldn't be sick in the morning.
Yeah, and our metabolism was a lot better back then.
Yeah.
I remember when I could eat anything and it didn't matter with my weight at all. The only thing I had to worry about growing up when I got to be a teenager was blemishes, from too many soft drinks or too much pizza, too much chocolate, whatever. And I still have to deal with the blemishes because I've still got oily skin. I got that honest from my dad. My mom has dry skin. Dad has the oily skin. So, yeah.
I used to get a large pizza, steak and cheese sub, and I would eat a pint of like Cherry Garcia or something like that.
Yeah.
But I do that like a couple of times a week. And then I got high cholesterol, so I had to stop doing it.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
now I'm on pills, so yeah, I feel old that I'm on pills for cholesterol. But, yeah.
That'll nix that. Well, people sometimes think that it's only heavier people that get those kind of problems, but you don't have to be heavy to have a cholesterol problem or to have a high blood pressure problem. Because
I'm Italian, cholesterol is part of the nationality.
My mom has always been a slim woman, and she had to take medicine for cholesterol.
Yeah.
And I think my dad, even though he's lost a lot of weight, he still has to take medicine for high blood pressure. So, sometimes it doesn't matter. It's good to, try to maintain a healthy weight and eat things that are heart healthy and stuff like that. But sometimes you still, got to have that medication to help things along a little bit. It's just genetics. It's just people's bodies are all made different.
Yeah.
And Blissful brings up comfort watching. Yes, that's exactly what a lot of this stuff is for me. Even going back and watching the old horror movies that I remember watching on TV as a kid. That's comfort watching too for me. So, yeah, really, really like this episode. I can't really say anything bad about it. Other than, it's a little odd, like TJ said, that they keep referring to it's 1986, but yet this episode was released in 88. So a good 2 years after the year they're talking about within this. So I'm like TJ, I don't know if they had this episode already filmed or something, and for whatever reason held it back and said, okay, we still got this episode, let's put it in the final season somewhere.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it was one of those things or how it all went down, or maybe they filmed it in 88 and released it in 88, but they wanted to make it 1986 and in there for some reason. So
yeah. Oh, there's a terrible review on IMDb, and this guy must be stupid. Another predictable story from Tales from the Darkside. something that's been done a million times before. Yeah, but this. I like this. This worked for me. The acting was good. Each character had what they did in it really worked for the story, and it helped move the story along. I mean, like I said, I know the one dude is up to nefarious no good. So I mean, I kind of expected what. So I mean, already knowing you expected, but he does play it cool at the beginning because you still think that they're in a recreation thing, that they're not, well, which we find out that, spoiler,
yep,
they have traveled back in time. That's one of the twists.
Yeah.
We find out that the father is actually from the future, somehow, from the past. He's somehow figured out how to time travel with whether he delved into witchcraft himself to do this. He brings people from the future into the past to accuse them of being witches.
Yeah.
Because they're obviously people out of place and they're easily faked to believe that they're actually witches. So he's trying to get the people in Salem to sort of,
band together against, what is it? Band together against a common evil or something?
Yeah, because they need that for some reason. I don't know. He's obviously a nutcase.
Yeah.
That he would travel into the past, into the future to pick normal people. Really, they're not evil, just to bring them back to have scapegoats because he can't have his own people accused of stuff like that. So I think he's the bad guy in this whole thing. And the thing I'm not sure about, Peter doesn't know what's going on, or he does, because like I said, when
I think Peter does. I don't like that guy.
Yeah, no, he's a douche. But the whole pretending that she was pricked because that's like a witch wouldn't feel a needle pricking her because I guess that's a witch thing. I never heard that one before. But so he's using that to accuse Sarah of being a witch, but he made that up. So is he on the side of the main dude, or does he not? Is he actually from that time period? It's confusing what his character, how he fits into it. Just the fact that, I mean, he made up Sarah being a witch, so he must know that the guy, some extent, is bringing people who aren't really witches into it. It's just confusing to me as far as the story goes. It doesn't really detract from the actual story and the characters, but I think he still makes his purpose of being sort of like the man who that's men are the ones in control and the women are supposed to be subservient and is supposed to be the cooking and cleaning and doing all the chores and not talking back. And of course, it was the director and writer of this were women, which makes a lot of sense. But I don't think it's beaten over the head. These just happen to be two putzes. It's very 80s. The whole, women trying to come from underneath, women, especially in movies. I'm not going to get into a whole diatribe about women's living, that kind of stuff, but it was a big thing. There's like I said, there's a lot of things in this season and in the series as a whole that were of the time where things were changing, and so I see how it works. And like I said, the Sarah and Jane are the actors are pretty good, and you like the characters, so it's not like it's a man hating thing. It's just these happen to be two assholes.
Yeah, and I mean that is made really clear. I mean, there's no doubt that these two guys are assholes, and I really, TJ asked, does Peter know? What I mean, whose side is he on? I think he's on the side of the bad guy, the evil guy.
Yeah, I just the extent of what he really knows and what he doesn't know. I mean, does he know that she's not really a witch? Does he know she's from the future, or did the guy when he figured out how to travel in time, did he find Peter in the present time and bring him back into the
Yeah,
past, or was he already in the past and he told him what was happening? Because, like I
that's
said, he faked Sarah being a witch. I mean, he
that's a
helped the case.
possibility. He could have maybe, the Jane's father, maybe he, when he went on one of his future trips, he found this guy that was, as TJ said, a douche, and like, I'm going to bring this guy into the past with me so he can help me because this is the perfect guy to bring over to my side to do this stuff. Because, even in the 80s, there were guys that, treated women like crap. And there's guys that treat women like crap now. I guess there always will be. There's good guys and there's bad guys. I
Yeah.
mean, it's going to happen forever and ever.
Well, that's the whole thing with the Salem witch trials. People just accused someone who they didn't like for some reason, and they said, you're a witch. Like, it wasn't, they obviously didn't have powers, because if you had powers, you wouldn't have been able to be captured in the first place, I would think, if you had powers.
I think some of the stuff was a jealousy thing, that women were jealous of other women during that
Yeah,
time.
that too, yeah.
So they just said, oh, I'll get them out of the picture. I'll declare them a witch and they'll burn them at the stake or whatever, and then they'll be gone.
She's too hot. I think she needs to be drowned in the water.
Exactly.
But yeah, so I'm sorry. Did you want to say anything else about it?
Oh no, I was gonna let you go ahead to the second twist of this episode, because this does have a double twist, sort of.
So Sarah figures out how to work the time travel-y thingamajig, and she's kind of gets it going, and she's like, "Oh, Jane, I'm going to take you with me." And Jane's like, "Yeah, I want to get the hell out of here. This place sucks." She's not scared of Sarah being from the future. She's like, "Oh, I want to go with you. I don't want to be here and cleaning and cooking and being a." Because there's a point in the story where she's getting to know Jane, and she's like, "Well, you do it with everything they say. If they told you to jump off a mountain into whatever, would you do that?" And she's like, "No, of course I wouldn't do that." So So anyway, she's like, "All right, I'm gonna take you with me," and the dad's like, "No, you're not going with her because she's evil," and she's like, "Dad, you're full of crap. I know you're lying to me," and so she kind of pushes Jane into the time travel thingy, and she's like, "Go ahead, I'll be right behind you." Nope, she doesn't. She gets stuck in the past, and Jane ends up in the present time, and she's just kind of in shock about what's going on. And then two tourists come in to the little house shack where the spinning wheel was, and they're like, "Oh, look at her! Oh, she's one of these things." And they start taking photos, and Jane's just like in shock and kind of probably scared, and she just kind of goes to the wheel and starts spinning because that's what she knows. And it then cuts to Sarah, who is now. There's a point in the story where they accuse Sarah of being a witch, and they put her in stockades, and they sort of, she's, they're gonna, probably kill her or whatever, and then Jane gets her out of that, and then that's when they find the time travel thing. Anyway, so at the end, Sarah's still stuck in the past, and she's now on trial for witchcraft, and the main dude is the magistrate who, he's also the guy who sends these women into, whatever. And it ends with, "Sarah McBride, you are now accused of being a witch in Salem," and then that's the end of the episode.
And she looks that end shot of Sarah, she looks very disheveled. Yeah,
obviously they roughed her up a lot.
Yeah, messed her hair up a little bit and stuff.
Yeah.
So again, I'm going to read through a few of these chat messages that were popping up here as we were going through the episode. John says, "Obviously do whatever you want on YouTube, but I prefer this or Rambo or Dead Pit, etc." Well, thank you, John. I appreciate that. Plissel says, "I miss the 80s. my hair made me look taller. And John says, "Oh, that's right. She was Jake's girlfriend in 16 Candles. Yeah, the girlfriend that just wanted to party. And I think Jake says at one time she's not interested in having a relationship. She just wants to party and had people over to mess Jake's parents' house up all the time."
And the questionable sex scene
Yeah, exactly.
where she's unconscious. That did not age well.
Blissful says, 88, the year I started turning my parents' hair gray. Actually, you say, damn late for the party. Have you guys discussed the wrestling final episode? No, we have not. That'll be the final episode that we talk about. So we have not gotten to that one yet.
Anyway, The Princess was good. I liked it.
Yep, me too. I think TJ and I are both in total agreement on that episode. And again, I hope Dirk either heard it this time around or he gets to hear it later.
Yes.
So this brings us, at least in my set, to the final disc 3. And this disc starts out with the episode, The Cutty Black Sow. And this is a fun one. I mean, it's a little dark.
Oh yeah.
Slightly darker than The Apprentice. I mean, the Apprentice had dark elements in it, but this one kind of goes a little bit deeper into that deep dark cave, I think. So I'm gonna turn it over to TJ to talk about this episode a little bit.
So we have a family. There's the great grandmother she's dying. We have the father and mother, and we have the 2 kids. We have Jamie and Gloria. The actor who plays Jamie is named Huckleberry Fox.
Yes.
Which is that his real name? I don't know.
That's what I was wondering, if that is like a screen name or something like that, or did the parents really name him Huckleberry?
He had a very small career. He only did a few things. But yeah, it's interesting. Well, I think the kid from The Last Car was Scooter. I think that was his actor name too. So yeah, the 80s kids had weird names.
Was it Scooter McRae or something like that?
Something like that. So yeah, so grandmother dies. But before she dies, she starts. First of all, I wrote this down. So she starts talking about she's dying, and it's All Hallows Even.
Yeah. Because
she is Scottish, and I wrote down her accent is vaguely Scottish, very vaguely Scottish.
It's hard to really determine what she is, actually.
Yeah, but she doesn't have like a really deep Scottish accent. Like she says a couple of words weird, but it's not really an accent per se. But yeah, is that all I wrote that? Yeah, questionable Scottish accent. Yeah, she starts talking about All Hallows Even and the Cutty Black Sow, and how if a soul dies on All Hallows Even, the Cutty Black Sow comes to claim the soul. Mm-hmm. So the act break is the grandmother dying, and it sucks it's not on the actual shows, because I loved whenever the act break came up and they'd have that little musical stinger. It was like dun, 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 dun. So as I was watching these episodes, I kept every time I knew there was an act break, I just kept doing that. So
you would do that.
If there was nobody around, they'd be like, "What the hell are you doing in there?" Yeah, okay. Anyway, so the brother, the son, the brother decides, okay, we have to do grandma's last request. Basically, is to keep this mythical creature from claiming her soul. Mm-hmm. So he has to. So he he incorporates his little sister into this, who she's actually pretty good because you think she'd be one of those precocious, annoying kids, but like she starts off for a second, but then he's like, "Oh, I need your help," and she's like, "Okay, I'll help you." Like she's very like, she'll do whatever her brother says, kind of thing to help out.
Which doesn't happen very often in real life.
No, especially not on real life. It really barely at all. Like my sister never wanted to do anything I wanted to do. That's for sure. So it is weird things like there's just like weird creepy stuff throughout the episode. Like there's like a death book where he has to write his great grandmother's name into the book, and it's like he does it at night and with the thunderstorm, and it's just like the really creepy little scenes. And then he needs a rock to represent each member of the family, including the great grandmother. And so the sister's like, I just want to go and trick or treat, and he's like, but I need these rocks. And she's like, all right, I'll go get the rocks. And then there's a point where he's got to be like 11 or 12, this kid. He's not really that old. And the parents leave to go to a party or something. And I'm like, he's barely old.
That was odd.
Yeah, these parents are terrible parents. And the dad is slightly creepy throughout the episode. Like a little extra creepy. Like the mother's like a regular mother. And it's just the father. He kind of stares weirdly sometimes, and he just has these weird moments.
He has a blank look on his face a lot of time.
I don't know what's foreshadowing, but it just seemed weird that he. But anyway, so they're the little kid's he's the only one kind of taking this upon himself to save everybody's soul, basically, or make sure his grandmother doesn't have, so he has to write the first initial of everybody's name on the rocks that he has to put into the fire because, before All Hallows Eve is over. So he puts the rocks on, and then he takes his little sister out to trick or treat. She's dressed as a witch. There's a point where he's doing something on his little table in his room, and she comes up behind him, and he turns around and he has a mask on, and he's like, "Rrr!" And I have props. Anyway,
that mask, by the way.
What was it? Spirit Halloween. They do like old timey, like classic character masks. Like they have robot, and they have witch, and they have werewolf, and Frankenstein. They have like a bunch of them. But they're like expensive too. Like they're like $15. Like,
yeah.
Anyway, so she's like, I want to get you back for that. And then later on in the episode, she walks down the stairs and she has a mask on and scares him. So she gets him back. She's like, I got you back. Okay, let's go get some candy. Like she's like, I wish I had a sister like that when I was young. She seems like a cool sister.
So is your sister TJ? Is she older or younger?
She's younger.
Younger. Okay.
Yeah, we used to hate each other as kids, and then we got older, and now we're.
My brother and I, we had fights. I'm the oldest. There's 6 years between me and my brother, and we got in fights growing up, but we've always been really close, and so we continue to be close, for which I'm grateful for, because there's about 3 or 4 years between Steve and his sister, and they don't get along at all. Steve doesn't even want to see her or talk to her or anything now. And I said, that's so sad, Steve. I said, because one of these days, he says, no, I won't. I said, no, one of these days you're going to wish that you had maintained a better rapport with her and had more contact with her. It's coming. And you're not going to get that time back, so you guys should try to work it out. And he's like, I don't want to. So
oh well, that's that.
What are you going to do?
So yeah, so he does the rock thing, and then it's because it's a dark, stormy night, because that's what happens in these stories, and he sees these kind of weird glowing eyes kind of peeking out from the outside into the window and kind of staring at him, and he's trying to So Sal is trying to come and claim the soul, and he's doing everything he can to keep the thing away. Doesn't he get a phone call from the creature at some point? Doesn't he pick up the phone, or is that his father? I can't remember what that was.
It seems like there was something to do with a phone, but I'm not remembering clearly what that was.
But yeah, so yeah, he does everything he can to stop the creature from taking the soul, and then they break the mother's lamp while they're being attacked, basically. And the parents come home finally, and I'm like, yeah, it's about time you left your kids there alone.
They didn't even leave a babysitter with them. It's like,
no.
Did you leave a babysitter with kids this age?
We needed Corey to come babysit.
Oh, holy cow.
They didn't have they didn't have a second floor, so they didn't a big staircase kind of thing. So they would have been fine with Corey. Anyway, mention that shitty movie. Anyway, yeah, and I mean, they thwart off the demon, or so they think.
Yeah, and then you get that little da 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 da. So yeah, I like this episode. I can see where some people might not care for it though. Just because of the way it's set up. I think it's set up a little bit differently than some of the other episodes. I think it tries to be a little more complex with the beginning scenes focusing so much on the dying grandmother talking about All Hallows Eve, and she keeps saying it like that. And it takes a little bit. Wouldn't you agree with that, TJ, that it takes a little bit to get started? To keep going with that episode.
I think the atmosphere helps you get through that part because it is very spooky and the camera work, and it's like very tight shots. So it really, the suspense is it's there, but yeah, it does take a bit of time to get going. Once the grandmother's dead, the pace gets a little better.
So
she's barely in it, but she's in Monsters in My Room episode. She's like the grandmother at the little old aunt or whatever that after they have they're at the wake for the dead stepfather.
The asshole stepfather.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Because her face is very like, it's very like, she could be like a troll or like a fairy. She's got like a mischievous face. Yeah, she was. That was her last role too in Tales from the Darkside in this episode, and then she passed away. But she was in she's been in Moonstruck, and she was in Dirty Dancing, and movies when she was younger and stuff like that. So
Oh, I'm going to go back and look for her in Dirty Dancing because I just got the 4K of that not too awfully long ago, and Steve looked at me like, "Why in the heck did you get a 4K?"
She's in the Have you seen the Stepford Wives?
Yes.
So when the two.
Oh, I bet I know which one.
She was like the old lady with the little hat, and she wanted to join the club, and she was very. I want to join that club. I want to be in Women's Lib, and yeah, she's a very memorable scene in that movie. And she's like an Annie Hall. She's been in a lot of things that woman.
So yeah, other than to say that I think this is a well-made one and I like it, but again, I can also see where people might not care for this as much as some of the other Tales from the Darkside episodes. So I'm going to turn it back over to TJ to talk about the twist, the little stinger.
Yeah, it's a very creepy ending, I think. So the kids, thinks everything's fine. So he goes to bed, and he's seeing the things outside the window, and it's very creepy, and it's a very intense scene. And then his father comes into the room, and he's like, "Hi, son, what's going on?" kind of thing. But in his creepy way, because he's been creepy the whole the
Yeah.
whole episode. And well, that works because the end of the episode, we find out that he didn't actually, things didn't work out the way he thought. The Cuddy Black Sow has now come to collect his soul. And after we sort of see the father in a dark silhouette, and then as he comes closer, he's this pig boar creature that's slobbering and snorting, and it's a pretty, for a TV show, I think it's a pretty gooey, juicy shot,
Right.
and it's pretty. I think it's a pretty spooky ending to the end of the episode. So like earlier on, seeing how creepy the dad was, it's just like it's too much of a telegraph. So when you see because it's not the dad, it's the creature
Right.
taking over, but then it just seems like they shot their maybe they shot their load a little too early with him being that creepy. I think he should have been less.
Yeah.
But then that could have been just how the actor was, like Tracy, what's her face from Happy Birthday to Me. I mean,
Yeah.
she wasn't supposed to be playing like she was sinister, but some scenes she gets shots where it's just like, what is she up to? So when you see the ending, you're like, oh, that makes sense. But if you watch interviews, she's like, I had no idea I was making a face or I was doing something, and the director noticed that, and he's like,
Well,
oh, we're gonna have you be the killer at the end of the movie.
I know this was probably in the script, that this was dialogue, that this was not some kind of improvised scene. But there's one scene where she says this is like foreshadowing. I don't know if anybody else caught this in Happy Birthday to Me, but she tells the guy that lifts the weights, she says, I'd like to break your neck. And then a few scenes later, guess what happens? Pretty much his neck gets broken. And so, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of foreshadowing, I think, in that movie. And people always want to laugh that it's kind of a Scooby Doo
It is.
ending, Scooby Doo reveal.
Spoilers, that mask was just like, it made no sense for her to have a mask and she could do her voice. It seemed a little.
No.
It's like in Scream 3 with the voice changer. Seriously, it could copy people's voices, and they never brought that back in any of the other movies, by the way.
because they knew it.
They realized how stupid it was. Do we blame Kevin Williamson or do we blame Wes Craven? Who came up with that in the first place?
I'll blame Hollywood. That's
okay.
But
anyway.
Yeah, she does do that. Just one more thing about Happy Birthday to Me, and then we'll move on. She does do that whole thing at the end. She says, I talk like you, I dress like you. She said, I walk like you, I dress like you, I even talk like you. And TJ's right. That would not be possible, but that's horror. That's horror movie logic for you. You can either say, oh, that's lame, I'm never going to watch this again. But there's always going to be other generations of people that will continue to watch that movie. So people they don't care.
Not to get into a big talk about that movie, but do you think the original idea for the ending would have been more, people would have thought that was just as ridiculous, or did you think they would have liked that better?
I think people probably would have liked it better and thought it was more suited. And being as Tracy Bergman's character is pretty obvious.
Well, I mean, yeah,
that she's going to turn out to be the killer. I think,
except the whole sister thing, which made no sense. But
yeah, that didn't make sense either. But I still love that movie. But anyway,
yeah,
I think people probably would have accepted it. More people. It would have had a bigger audience, I guess, because it would have been more acceptable. I think people might have thought the whole Tracy Bergman about her being the killer was that was just too far out there, the whole setup and all of that, if you really were to think about it. So I would actually like to Do you know if they actually filmed that
I
ending?
don't think they did. I think it was just in the script, and then they decided to change it at the last minute. Because if you watch the movie, you can see where, because all they had to do was pitch her voice, and she could have sounded like the mother. Because if anybody doesn't know, the original ending was Ginny, the character in Happy Birthday to Me, was possessed by her mother's spirit. She was the one killing everybody, so she was going into a trance. So that's why she didn't. That's why we like halfway through the movie we see Miss Little House on the Prairie killing her friends because she was supposed to be possessed.
Right.
So yeah, I think that would have. It would have been. I mean, that's kind of like what was not April, it's not April. It's not called April Fools. Killer Party. That's sort of like that idea.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't. It would have been interesting to see that ending, but yeah, I don't think they actually had an actual like the full reveal that I'm the mother. I don't know how they would have done that.
Uh-huh.
I mean, as it is, if they could have just cut out the whole Tracy Bergman reveal and edited it back, and it probably could have flowed fine, and they just had to get somebody to do the voice, but then that might have had been added dialogue, so that was probably.
I mean, there's even a shot where Jenny sees her friend in the bathtub look like she's drowned. So it wouldn't have been a stretch to just say at the end, "Oh, Jenny killed them all."
Yeah, because that's supposed to be her actually. I don't know if that was going to be another reveal where because there's no footage to back this up, so I'm only making it up that there might have been footage of her killing her friend in the bathtub. Because there's like at least two different publicity stills or shots from the movie where it's two different versions of that her death. It's where her underwater with just like a little line on her neck, and then there's one with the full blood pouring out. So I mean, there could have been, yeah, but I that was back when they didn't save footage from stuff like that. Like if the producers from My Bloody Valentine didn't have that footage saved, they would have never had that. Because Paramount would have never had that. So,
because Paramount.
There's never been like a real documentary too about Happy Birthday to Me, and I would have loved to have because they had to have reshot that ending with everybody at the table when they show the reveal of Melissa Sue Anderson
right
on the table. But then if you compare the two shots, because there's a shot where the father first comes in and you just see her slumped over, and then you see the other shot where they switch the character. You could tell that was two different scenes, but the rest of them look really like they all looked exactly the same positions. The makeup's the same. Like, I mean, you even using the prosthetics, there's got to be like some telltale signs that like something's different. Unless the makeup artist was really that amazing that he could recreate things twice exactly the same, and like even positions. Like I've been in movie projects where you have to hold a position for a long time, but then if you have to reshoot it, getting exactly the same position, just like. But anyway, let's stop talking about Happy Birthday to Me.
We could have a whole stream just on Happy Birthday.
We should do that one. We should do maybe a watch along, but then talk about the movie.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about I need to have a watch along for it. Maybe we'll do that in May because I still have some holes to fill in for my May calendar of watch along. So maybe we can fit that one in there towards the end of May, maybe.
I got a Happy Birthday to be pinned for my birthday. I saw a clip of Uncle Bill and CK talking about the new Creep Show, and they were talking about pins, and like who collects pins, and like I have a bunch of them. I have a whole jacket, like a jean jacket, but it's a motorcycle jacket, and I have pins all over it. So it's like,
well, I bought these buttons or pins that they're not enamel pins, but I got these today.
Well, Uncle Bill made fun of people who put pins on their hats.
He probably did. But I only wear this hat, of course, when I do my streams.
Yeah. I know
And
you took it off when you went to the birthday party. I was like, oh, you should have bet. I was going to type, oh, you should keep the hat on for publicity for your channel.
Well, I was going to have it on, TJ, when I went to CK's birthday bash.
Yeah.
But the thing is, when I'm on their streams, I have to put my headset on, and then my headset is so big, I need to get some earbuds to use or
Yeah.
something so that I can wear my hat at times like that, because my headphones are just too large for me to have that on and the hat on.
There's a YouTube channel, and it's a husband and wife, and he's a big horror fan, and he has her watch horror movies, which he hates them all. And they live on a farm and stuff like that. So he has a cowboy hat, and he has two cowboy hats. He has a regular one, and he has one where it's cut out so the headphones fit perfectly, like over, or like I guess it's a cutout in the top of the hat, so they come down to the right. And it's like he had that made specifically, and that's genius.
Exactly. Probably if I tried to do that myself.
Yeah, I don't think with a small hat, I don't think it would work good.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So I'm going to read a few more of these comments before we go on to the next one.
I like this one. This one's one of a good one. This is a good one.
Blissful says, if you can understand them, it's not a real Scottish accent.
She says like one word in sort of an accent, and it's like.
And yeah,
Scottish. She ain't talking like this.
Scottish. No, definitely not. Blissful says, I'm an only child. I have an imaginary brother. Mom likes him better. Oh, John brings up a good question. He says, why do you both think there's not more of this out now on TV or streaming? I guess they did the Creepshow TV show, but that's all I can think of anthology-wise. I'll let TJ answer first, and then I'll go second.
I mean, about Tales from the Dark, this is probably a rights thing. I mean, I don't know if it's a Rubenstein thing or not. It could be. You would never have been able to release that episode that has the scenes from Dawn of the Dead. I don't think he would. So I don't know and who owns what, because it was Laurel was the company. We'll talk about Laurel later because it comes up. And I don't know. I think it's just a rights thing, and I think they just put out this set, and until someone tries to put it out again, whether they put out specific episodes or they put out the whole series again, I don't know exactly.
Now I'm thinking of it in different terms, like maybe he's meaning why aren't there shows like Tales from the Darkside?
Oh, okay.
I don't know if that's specifically what he was saying, but that's how I took it. But I think part of that reason, me personally, is that it's the generational thing again. And people are probably saying, oh God, Dana, you talk about the generational thing and about Curly Jaws and his generation. But it's, I feel like that's a true statement because again, the landscape has changed. What people are interested in watching, and the young people are always considered the future. They're the ones that you want to be watching television or be watching the movies and stuff because they're going to be carrying on long after some of us older people are gone. Unfortunately, nobody likes to think about that. And then they're going to get married and have children, and then that generation is going to be different than them. It keeps going and going. I wish we could have stuff like that now, but I just don't think that the majority of the new television audience would accept it. They'd be like, what's this shit? They would say, I want more, American Horror Story, or I want more.
People like a limited series. I don't think they want an anthology type of show. I mean, movies like the VHS movies are still doing good. They're still making those. I mean, but I don't know about an actual show because I don't know how well Creepshow did as a show.
I mean, I liked a lot of the episodes, and I got kind of behind and still need to catch up. But there was only one show that I watched and that I actively did not like, and I've talked about this before. But the Man in the Suitcase, I
Oh
hated
yeah,
that episode. I hated it. I thought it was a dumb premise, and I thought that the characters were all super annoying and obnoxious in it. But yet, I bet some of the new generation of viewers found it absolutely amazing and entertaining and all that. And that's where that generational gap comes in. Um, but a lot of the episodes I liked, and I especially liked that Evil Dead kind of I guess it was almost like an Evil Dead spinoff where they had the television station, and Ted Raimi was even on there, and people started turning into demons essentially is what it was like. So I really enjoyed that episode really well. And there was early on, there was a Stephen King story turned into an episode, Gray Matter, which I had
mhm,
never seen done before like that. And that was from, I think, his Night Shift um,
uh-huh.
collection. But I had never seen anybody ever turn that into, either a short film or a television type of episode before. So that was interesting.
I mean, there's been a few things. Jordan Peele did the Twilight Zone. They brought that back, and they had there's a show Netflix, Love and Robots, which has a couple of seasons, which I liked. It was animated, and I liked a lot of that stuff. What else? There's another one. It's sort of like an anthology. I can't. Um, it was on the tip of my tongue. No, it's not. I'll say it. It's not there. Uh, uh, it was Creepshow. There was Jordan Peele's Twilight Zone. There was Love and Robots. There was another anthology type of.
Well, I mean, there were some other things that I remember Steve watching, and I just wasn't able to sit down and watch them. Like, what was that Channel Zero?
Oh yeah, where the creepy pasta series that
Mhm.
yeah they basically did one like there was like 3 seasons, but it was like one story in sections.
And a lot of these things have just seemed uneven to me. Sometimes they start out really strong and
Yeah,
they fizzle out somewhere along the way. Like, Um, I I think I probably would have liked, and I still need to go back and watch them, the really early episodes of American Horror Story or the really early seasons.
that was the other one. American Horror Stories. That's what I was thinking of. That was another
Oh, okay.
anthology where they had
Okay.
short.
Yeah, I think Steve's watched a little bit of that too. Um, but I just find myself going back and watching the old stuff. Just over and over because it's a little bit is the nostalgia thing and the comfort that I get from watching them. But then the other part of it is I just think it's better. And
Yeah,
some of the newer generation probably says, "Oh, you're just an old fogey. It's time for you to go to the old folks' home now," um, because I just don't think that they understand that. They don't understand that format and the way it was designed, and that's understandable to a
yeah,
certain point. And that's one of the big reasons I don't think we'll ever see the specific format that was adopted by shows like Tales from the Dark Side. Um, it's just something that its time has come and gone, sadly. Um, so X-Ray brings up a good point too. He says new horror shows just aren't as effective. Tales from the Darkside episodes had almost zero laughs or levity, shot on grainy film stock. They had a lot of library synth music. It can't be repeated, and that's a very good point to bring up as well. John says, I think HBO Max getting the rights and doing a new season of Tales from the Crypt would be awesome, even just one season. Yeah, I would be interested in trying that out. John also says it's all about quality and production. I think if you go cheap, it'll be cheap. Johnson says, phone may die, but I'll watch the end later. Loved y'all doing this. I'll miss the series. Well, thank you, John. We appreciate it. I hope you're still on here to hear me say that. Um, Texas says Killer Party was really good. I really liked Killer Party, but Killer
These
Party,
are the best times
yeah, I
of our lives. These
like
are
that
the
theme
best.
song. That made me think of a television show when that kept playing. Um, but Killer Party was one that had to grow on me because I went into that movie for the first time thinking it was going to be a straight ahead slasher movie, and
Yeah.
it's not. It has a twist part of the way through it and turns into like a Evil Dead type of thing. And I kid
Yeah.
you not, I'm not going to give it all away because there might be some of you that haven't seen it, but it is a good film, a fun film. But don't be expecting a straight ahead slasher because you're not gonna.
Yeah, they added out all the good stuff that it doesn't exist anymore. All the gore. Yeah, Fangoria. When the movie came out, I remember the Fangoria magazine. It's like, oh, all these cool shots, and then you watch the movie. It's like none of these shots are in the. None of
Right.
the gore is in the movie at all. It's a
Mhm.
waste.
So moving on to the next episode, I love this episode.
This is fun.
Yeah, it is a fun episode. Do not open this box.
Yes.
This is has some dark spots in it, but for the most part, it's comedic, I think. A little
You
bit.
know who directed it?
Gosh, I'm trying to remember who directed this one. Who directed it, TJ? Because I'm just drawing a blank now.
You might know her as Clarice.
Ah,
Jodie Foster.
Jodie
Jodie
Foster.
Foster directed this.
That's right. I'm
I think it
remembering
might have been one of her. I don't know if it was her first directorial, but it was definitely one of her earliest, I would say.
because I know when I saw her directing credit come up for this one,
Yeah.
I was like, "Oh wow, Jodie Foster did this one."
Yeah, no, it's her first. Yeah, it's her first directorial debut. Yeah, she did an episode of Black Mirror. Oh, that was another good anthology series. Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know if an anthology series like Tales from the Darkside would work. I mean, in general, I think it would work, but not like Tales from the Darkside. I mean, they want famous writers, and they're not going to get like because I think a lot of those, except for Stephen King and stuff that maybe Romero or Tom Savini were part of, people I never heard of, or people like who did, they started wrote episodes of Tales from the Darkside. I'm like, I don't know if they would happen anymore.
yeah.
Like that, No one's hiring me right now.
So I'm gonna
Yes.
turn this over to TJ to talk about the episode first.
So first of all, it's one of those episodes where we have the put upon husband who just wants to work he wants to work. He's a fix it guy, just wants to fix things, and he wants to invent something useful for the world. And his wife is just, she's an annoying pain in the butt. She wants things. She's very possessive about material things. She wants what the people across the street have, and blah blah blah. She walks into the PTA, and she had the beautiful new necklace. She got, that kind of played by Eileen Eckhart, who she's 100,000-year old. She was she was a lot of things.
I think of her as kind of like a character actor.
Yeah, she's never done like, yeah, she's not very straight laced, like Oscar winner type. She does all the. Though again, a character. I
Am
mean,
I
Meryl Streep's a character actor, and she's won tons of Oscars.
am I wrong, TJ? Wasn't Ellen Heckart? Wasn't she in the Bad Seed?
Was she in that?
I was thinking she was in that as when Rhoda kills the little boy at the picnic because she
I
wants
think
to
was
get
that her? I
it's
know what you're talking about. Yes, she was.
and she drank all the time and she
Yes.
came over there crying and she said, I know she's kind of grabbing Rhoda and she's saying, I know you saw my little boy
Yeah.
before.
Yeah. Her son. Yeah. Yeah. She killed her son. Yes. Yes. Yeah. She was in a lot of stuff. She was First Wives Club, and she was in Heartbreak Ridge. She was on. She's a. I remember her on the TV show Sybil. Did you ever watch that with Sybil Shepherd and Christine Baranski? That had Alicia Witt, who from one episode of Twin Peaks. She was in one episode of playing the piano, and Dee Dee Pfeiffer played the other daughter. Yeah, that was a fun show. I liked that show. That only lasted a couple of seasons.
Yeah, that's something else that we'll probably won't see is those traditional sitcoms anymore.
No.
And I love those. I mean, I absolutely love them.
Yeah. She played somebody's mother on Alice. Remember that show, Alice, with the waitress?
Oh yes, yes I do.
She's in Burnt Offering. She's her and Burgess Meredith, the brother and sister who let them rent out the house to Karen Black and
what is it, Oliver Reed?
Oliver Reed and Aunt Baby Jane. Yeah.
Yeah.
Aunt Baby Jane. Anyway, yeah. So somebody accidentally leaves a box at their house, and the wife immediately opens it because she's a busybody who has to know everything. And she looks in it and she says, "Well, there's nothing in here. Nothing there." And so we finally get. So after that, she just kind of throws it off to the side somewhere, and then the parcel delivery dude comes and he's like, "I left the package." He's kind of a jolly, goofy. Hey, I left the package, and I have to find it. I'm going to be in trouble if I don't find this package and get it to the right person.
His nephew or something was doing the route or something, and he was
yeah. He's like, yeah, he's new, but he's a good kid, but he's a little absent-minded. Wait, and I gotta look up this because the guy who plays the delivery guy.
He seems familiar.
Oh, okay. I remember him in Howard Stern's Private Parts, the movie. I remember him in that. He's been in a ton of stuff. He was in House Sitter. He was in an episode of Monsters. Splash. Oh, that's right. He was the doctor in Splash. Oh, okay. I remember. All right, yeah. He was in Holy Moses. Did you ever see that one with?
I don't think I've seen that one.
That's funny with Dudley Moore.
I need to go back and watch Splash though, because that's got Tom Hanks in it, and I love.
Yeah, I like that. That was a good movie. They made a TV sequel that was kind of crappy. They couldn't get Daryl Hannah back, obviously, and Tom Hanks because they were too famous by that point.
They were too big by that.
Yeah. Anyway, he's like, oh yeah, I really need this package. It's very important. So the wife is like, well, what do I get if I give you what do I get? Because she always wants something. This woman, she's like, well, what do I get if you get this box? And he's like, well, I can give you whatever you want. And he starts kind of magically giving her random jewelry and just anything she wants. Basically, she wants the walls done. She wants new furniture. She wants caviar. She's throwing a party. She gets a total makeover. She gets new clothes. She gets this really weird white gray wig. I don't know why that's better than her regular hair. I didn't get that.
It's odd looking.
Yeah, she's very ostentatious and very, she just wants, and he's like, I want my box, but he's being nice about it, and
she keeps going to her husband. And he's like, yes, dear. Yes, dear. And she says, I think we should ask, when he comes back, I think we should ask for a media center. And she just keeps getting more elaborate. And doesn't she ask for her kitchen to be redone before?
Yeah, she wants the whole house remodeled, basically, is what she wants.
Basically, yeah.
And it's and she just says bad crap to her husband. Like at one point she says, I'm a winner, and what do you think you are? And he's like, yes, dear.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, that's what kind of, this woman's terrible. Why is he even with her in the first place? And she even says, I could have married the rich millionaire guy. And
she keeps talking about Clarissa Sanderson. She's jealous of little sweet Clarissa Sanderson, who was married to the rich guy. And she said, and when he died, guess who got all his money? Clarissa Sanderson. She just keeps going on about that. And Clarissa Sanderson is not, when they finally do show her for any length of time, she's the sweetest little old lady, and would not, seem to make anybody angry. But unfortunately, his wife was very jealous of her for some reason.
There's a point where the postman guy gives her a beautiful bracelet or whatever. He's like, this was from Marie Antoinette owned this. And she goes, it's old? I'm like, what? Really? Okay.
Want new things.
Yeah, she wants new. She doesn't want some old, probably priceless piece of history. No, she wants some new fangled cubic zirconia. She probably wants that. I don't know. That was a big thing back then.
Yeah.
Anyway, so and they just and the guy's very patient. He's like, but it's like, what does he say? Payment rendered for payment due.
Yeah, he does say that quite a few times, and he at one point he gets really irritated with her because every time he comes back, of course she tells her husband, you hide that box, don't get that box out, don't let him know where the box is. And he says, we'll get this when he comes back. So he finally gets where he's put out completely with her, and he says, I would like my box, and I would like it right now.
Yeah.
So that, or I felt like at this point that the episode was going to take a little bit of a darker turn at some point.
Oh yeah. You're right. He finally gets fed up, and what he does is he takes everything away from her. He takes everything back. Magically, everything disappears. She comes back from downstairs. She's like, my hair, my dress, everything's gone. And she's like, I'll get you that box, because she thinks, well, if she gives him the box, he'll give her everything back because they made a deal, and he'll keep his word because, she's very like, oh, I know you'll do it, because, she's like trying to be like, oh, yeah, you're such a great person. I'm sure you'll do it the right thing, because, she's just trying to backtrack all her stuck-up, self-centered bull crap that she's been doing the whole episode. And they finally, and she gives him, she's like, where's that box? I know it's around here somewhere. She grabs the box and gives it to him, and he's like, you open this. You can't open that. do you know what was in here? A soul. And she's shocked. Like, I think she actually believes it, but she's very shocked that, yes, there's a soul. That's what was in the box. And she must have let the soul out when she opened it. And he is not happy about that. And that's where I'll stop, because the rest of it's the twist.
Yeah. I just like to say again that this is one of my favorite episodes of the series. I think even though Elaine Hickart is a naggy, bitchy wife who treats her husband terribly, and no wonder he stays down in his workshop in the basement. If I
Yes,
did,
dear.
I would have done that too, because that's the only way he can avoid her. And then she still comes down there into his workspace and bothers him to tell him what a no count person he is and what a loser he is. Um, TJ was talking a little bit about this earlier. She says, I'm a winner. And she says, and I think you know what you are. And that's when he says, yes, dear. Yes, dear. I mean, and what can you say to that? When somebody just constantly berates you, wouldn't it be easier to just say, yes, dear, and maybe they'll go away? That's probably what he's thinking. If I don't argue with her, eventually she'll go back upstairs and leave me alone. Um, and the thing is, he's not a bad person, and she's not an evil person, but she's not a completely nice person either. And so when TJ gets to the ending, I'll just say it's going to be kind of like a EC Comics type of thing. It's going to be, what goes around comes around type of thing. If you do bad things, then if you're stuck in one of these stories, then something is going to happen, because the scales have to be balanced, or karma's got to be balanced, or something has got to be done to balance things out. And so I'm going to turn it back over to TJ to give that twist, that stinger.
Also, one other thing about Eileen Heckart in this is, like, you don't hate her. Like, you're not like, because there's some episodes where you like the shrill wife is just annoying and grating, but she's like, she just has some finesse because she's been acting for 100,000 years, so she's very suave with her, how she's and she says things mean, but she's not like, she doesn't like growl at him. She's like, yes, I'm great and you're nothing. Oh well, that kind of attitude, which I think works for her. But then the twist happens. So we find out that, this wasn't a delivery. This was a pickup. And there's a soul that needs to be claimed. Like what he said earlier about payment rendered for payment due. Well, there's something due. And it's a soul that we need. Any soul will do. But the wife isn't going to give her soul up, or anybody's soul at this matter. So what is she going to do? Have her husband kill this guy?
Yeah.
Because that'll end everything, and we don't have to. No one's soul has to be given up. So he won't do it. So she grabs the knife and going to stab him, and the guy's like, well, I don't know what we're going to do here. We got to do something. And then as he gets stabbed, and she's like, and he's not going down, because guess what? He's the devil.
Yes, he is.
The devil that comes to collect the soul. And it is a pickup. It was specifically to pick up her soul, because she is the one that he's there for. And he's like, yeah, see, coveting your neighbor's possessions, and he's going through all the lists of the sins that she's been doing, and murder, even though he's technically
He's the devil, and she can't
Yeah.
murder him. But
But she was going to kill him regardless, so that counts as murder. And and that's one twist, that she's the pickup.
mm-hmm.
Another twist that he's the devil. And there's a third twist that she's like, at one point she's getting all these things, and he asks the husband, well, what do you want? And he's like, I just want to invent something that is worthwhile, that will help people and will be useful. So cut to the end of the episode. Since it was so easy for someone to open the box, he has a way to fix that. He has a lock device that will lock the soul in. And he's like, as he's attaching the device, we hear the voice of his wife coming from the box. And she's like, that'll never work. What are you doing? Hey! And he closes the box on her and goes back to his little inventing, and the devil's like, takes the box, and he's like, goodbye, and kind of disappears. And then we get a little knock at the door, and it's, guess who?
Yep, Clarissa Sanders.
Our favorite little old lady. And she has a cake that she just happened to make, and it's just sitting around, and she thought she'd bring it over. And he's like, oh, that's wonderful. And I guess it's the start of a new relationship, because he's now single because his wife is dead. So
essentially, yeah.
It's fun, and it's a cute episode. So it's like, I don't care about any of the plot holes. It's just a cute, fun episode. And I think
I did like the reveal of the guy as the devil. I thought
the big bushy eyebrows and the red light and the smoke and everything. Yeah.
Because when he goes to stab him and he turns around, oh, I remember what it was.
Yeah.
I think that's the point when he says, you're not a delivery, you're a pickup. And then it's just so funny, but interesting too, the way they designed that look. I think they didn't just go the regular devil route. This one. So yeah, definitely a worthwhile episode. I would recommend it to anybody. Definitely, again, one of my favorites of the series. And another one to bring up that, hey, the final season is not chock full of bad episodes. There are several good episodes in this.
The next one I liked.
Yeah, but the one after it I don't much care for, but we're going to get to that one. So let's see. Oh, Curly Jaws is in here.
Hey, how's it going?
And he says Creepshow 4 just got announced.
Oh, God.
Okay.
The same people who did 3, because if it is, I don't care.
I don't want anything to do with it. And George Romero can't have anything to do with it, because George Romero's no longer with us. I mean, Stephen King, maybe. But, I don't think we're going to get that at this point. So I don't know. I'll just, as my dad says, I'm going to hide and watch on that one and see what happens with it. So that brings us to the next episode, Family Reunion.
Yes.
Which I agree with TJ. This is a good one. It's got all these cool elements in it. It's not really a comedic episode by any stretch of the imagination, but there's a loving atmosphere between two family members in particular in this episode. And with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to TJ to talk about a little bit.
So this one's Family Reunion. It's directed by Tom Savini. So there's some good effects in it, which that makes sense. And it's starring Patricia Tallman.
Yes.
From Night of the Living Dead, Barbara number 2, and she plays the slimed up body in Creepshow 2. She's the Paige Hanna stunt double. She's in your opening credits as the evil witch from Army of Darkness.
Yes, she is.
And she's a pretty good actress. She's pretty good in this episode, especially. She was in some movie with a bunch of women, and they're like assassins or something like that. It was a weird movie, but it's mostly about it's a bunch of stunt women.
I don't think I've seen that one.
I can't remember the title, but it was an interesting just seeing her in a different type of situation. Robert and Janice are separated or divorced. I can't remember which one. And Robert has custody of young Bobby. Bobby has a problem. Bobby, let's say Bobby grows some hair where it's not supposed to be sometimes. And this is not a spoiler because
it's not puberty either.
Yeah. Bobby is a werewolf. Not a werewolf, as my, but a werewolf. That's a Young Frankenstein joke. You know that one.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yes, Bobby has to be chained up at night because he's gonna be dangerous, and but it seems just the father knows because the mother doesn't seem to be. The mother's trying to get her son back. She hasn't even seen him in months, because he for some reason Robert got custody of the kid. The mother has been working with Trudy, who's the what do you call it?
Is she a social worker?
Social worker, that's right. And she's in Freddy's Dead, by the way.
That's right. Yes, she is.
What's her name? Marilyn Rockefeller. Yeah, she's in she plays Mrs. Burroughs in Final Nightmare. I was like, oh, that's right. Because I was like, she looks so familiar. And she's in this weird 80s movie called Anna to the Infinite Power. I don't know if you ever saw it.
I have not seen that.
It's about this girl who's basically a clone of this this scientist person, and they're cultivating all these little young girls who are all clones of this one woman. And one of the clones is going to be the one that's going to carry on like her intelligence and her genes and stuff like that. So there's this girl, and she's sort of estranged from her family, but her brother is trying to help her out of it, and she kind of has to go to this like camp where they cultivate her brain and everything like that so she grow up to be like this. And she's like, I just want to be a normal girl, but I don't want to be, because like the woman was a kleptomaniac and she did all these bad things, and she's like, I don't want to be this person. It's interesting. Like, it was a TV movie, but it's a pretty good.
I need to see if Steve can maybe find that for me because I'm intrigued. I'd like to see it.
Anyway, so she just wants her son back, and Robert's like, sorry, he's a werewolf. I can't. He hasn't said that to her, but he's like, no, there's something about him that he's dangerous, and he's gonna chain him up. So yeah, I mean.
And we get the sense from the father that he does not want the mother and the son to connect. He doesn't want them to be together. And that's all I'm going to say about it at this point, because I don't want to give things away.
So it really goes back and forth between, his son is saying to him like, well, he's like, you're going to be, you're dangerous. And the son's like, no, I don't know what I actually do, but I know afterwards I feel great and I feel energetic and excited and like, and the father's like, no, you killed somebody, and he's like, I don't know. All I remember is I had a good time, is basically to minimalize what happened. But yeah, this is not a funny episode. I'm just trying to make, because there's a lot of intense stuff,
Yeah. Because
from the mother's point of view, he's being abused. And the father's losing his mind. There's a point where she gets the social worker and is like, "You're crazy, and I got to figure out how to get my son away from you. You're just crazy." And he's like, "No, he's dangerous. I gotta keep him away from you and everybody." And there's a fun part. I said it wasn't funny, but there's a fun part. So the son's locked in his room and he's reading Fangoria magazine, and it's a one with Dr. Tongue from Day of the Dead. So
Yes.
I think that's a nice reference to obviously Tom Savini, who did these special effects for Day of the Dead. And there's like a pretty, like, you really see that magazine throughout that scene. It's a short scene, but it's like you're looking at the magazine more than anything. So I like all these horror nods, and
Yeah, I do too.
We had the other episode where it was mentioned about the special effects guy. So I like. I don't know if they did that. I gotta double check to see if the writers had the other writer of that other episode was connected to, or is just the fact that maybe the guy is like, oh, I'm gonna have my story in Tales from the Darkside. I should reference like Tom Savini or something like that. Probably something like that. I bet. Anyway, so yeah, the mother tries one more time to go and get her son back, and she stops at the social workers and place, and it's like, I'll go. She's like, I'll go with you. We'll do this together. And they go to the apartment where the guy's been holding the son, and everything's in shambles. There's everything's broken, and there's clothes all over the place, and the drapes are off, and the chairs, and everything's all messed up. And yeah, I should stop there.
Okay. So yeah, I like the horror nods as well. The nods to Tom Savini, of course, and just the whole setup to what TJ's going to talk about in a second with the twist ending. But I mean, there's so much packed into this 20 something minute episode that it doesn't feel as long as a movie, but and I think we've talked about this with some of the other Tales from the Darkside episodes.
Sorry, right number was just like I said the exact same thing. It's like a movie. You watch the full movie in 20 minutes.
Because like TJ said, with Sorry Right Number, there's a beginning, there's a middle, and there's an end to it. Whereas some of the episodes, I kind of was left wanting a little bit more, and I didn't get it. But with this one, all your needs are fulfilled, basically.
Sorry.
Okay. So I really like the character dynamic. I think that they really all the principal players in this worked together really, really well, including the little boy. And I think he was a big part of what made this episode work. If they didn't have the right kid for that part, I think the rest of it would have fell apart. I mean, Patricia Tallman's character was great. Even the social worker, the father, all of those people had to be good to balance it out. But I think that the kid was the son was the cornerstone of everything, and that if they had not picked somebody that could essentially carry this episode, I think that the episode would have fallen apart. So very well made episode. I think the direction by Tom Savini and the effects as well, all of this stuff combined to make this a favorite episode of mine, and probably it sounds like it's a favorite episode of TJ's, and probably
I remember this one. Like, this wasn't one I had this wasn't like, oh, I forgot all this. No, I remember
yeah. No, you don't forget about an episode like this one.
There's also a Creepshow poster in the kid's bedroom, and it's a great transition from the moon on the poster to the actual moon.
Yes.
In outside in the episode, and I thought that was a cool, like, that was very cinematic.
Yes, that's another thing. I'm glad TJ brought that up. So amazing episode. And on that note, I'm going to turn it back over to TJ to talk about the twist ending.
Well, there is a shot. So when the kid's the kid's a werewolf, there's like a shot where there's like a flash of a monster face, and it kind of looks like was it like Phantom of the Opera after he takes the mask off. That kind of with the big eyes and the teeth, and it's just,
Yeah.
but there's a lot of stuff in silhouette too. Like they don't show the werewolf right away, which I think is cool. There's one shot of the werewolf later on that's a little cheesy, but it fits. It doesn't take you out of what's going on. So anyway, yes. So we get back. The father's kind of nowhere to be seen, and the social worker goes to the bedroom to get the kid out, and she goes in, and there's blood, and then little Bobby sort of on the bed, and she's like, "Come here, we're here to get you out of here. I'm with your mother. We're gonna get out of here." And we get the big werewolf reveal, and it's in a slow motion shot where it slowly comes out of the dark, sort of like the Michael Myers when he comes out of the dark in the Laurie Strode in the scene in the house. So yeah, he slowly comes out of the darkness, sort of normal, and then it goes. So he comes into the light for a second, and then it goes dark, and then the next he's got fangs, and then it goes dark again, and then it builds up to him being in full werewolf gear. So I love that transition into the werewolf. So it's not like, obviously they couldn't afford like a Rick Baker transformation scene.
Yeah,
so
American Werewolf in London style. Yep.
Yeah. No Rob Bottin howling type stuff.
None of that. Not even Silver Bullet transformation.
Wow. So yeah, so the kid starts coming closer and closer, and she sees that he's a freaking werewolf, and gets attacked, and the father shows up, all bloody because he's been scratched and beat up by his son. So there's the big attack scene, and he shows up, and the social worker sort of cowering in the corner, and we get the actual reveal. Is I know you don't like the movie, but I'm going to use the word. The werewolf-ism is hereditary.
That's okay, TJ.
Mom is also a werewolf. Yeah. She does a big backhand knocking down the husband, and she also smashes the face of the social worker into the wall, killing her immediately. Kills the husband, grabs the son, and they have a werewolf to werewolf embrace, and they both howl at each other. It's a loving howl.
Yeah, and doesn't she, or don't they lick each other like,
There's like a little weird like a kind of thing. But yeah, there's a mother son are reunited, and
hence the family reunion title. But something about
social worker, she was trying to do something nice, and
she got caught in the
crossfire.
Yeah. She basically got used, is what she got.
Yeah.
The mother essentially used her to help get her son back, and then she was disposable.
Yeah.
For that, basically. But something I wanted to bring up about the werewolves in this, the mother and son, is there was a humanistic quality to both the mother and the son. But the son was the product of the mother, who was already a werewolf, and then his human father. But both of them had humanistic qualities, even after they turned into the werewolf. And
Yep.
I had not seen that explicitly done. Like other werewolf movies and stuff, usually once they turned full on werewolf, that's what they were. They were that creature. You didn't see a humanistic element anymore. Now, you did briefly at the end of American Werewolf in London, I think, when David, like it's his last hurrah, and
Yeah.
they have to shoot him, and Alex is crying and all that. When he looks at her, that last moment before he goes in for the final attack, there's a look in his eyes, even though he's the creature, that feels sort of human. But this was even more so. I mean, did you feel that, TJ, or am I totally off base with saying that?
Yeah, I mean, like the end with the sniffing, they're sort of doing an animal thing, but she's holding him like a human type, like so it's
Mhm.
like in between being animalistic and being human characteristics because it's more like a Lon Chaney
Yeah.
type werewolf situation than like American Werewolf in London, where it's a total transformation into an animal. There, like Planet of the Apes. I don't want to. I mean, I kind of looking at their makeup when they're finally in full transformation. It's sort of that idea, but I
Yeah.
mean, but you can see the humanity in the animal of the
Mm.
scenes in both situations with Planet of the Apes and in this episode. But
And I like that because that was different than other werewolf things I had seen up until that point. Um, werewolf movies usually don't show that human side. They show the human, but then once they turn into the werewolf, they are that creature. There's no the human thought process is gone. It's totally animalistic. I mean, it's the animal brain. It's sort of like when Jeff Goldblum in the Fly remake, when he's explaining to Gina Davis how the fly brain is slowly taking over his brain, and
mm-hmm.
soon there will be no Seth Brundle left. It'll be all the fly. And that's when he starts talking about insect politics and all this weird stuff.
Yeah.
So you don't, again, you don't generally get a mixture of a human and the animal quality. It's either one or the other. They're either all human or they're all animal at different points. So
Well, like at the Howling, when Dee Wallace's spoiler, when Dee Wallace's husband turns into a werewolf and attacks her, basically he's not that person anymore. And you think
right,
they were, I they just it makes a weird sense that he's a total animal. He doesn't see her anymore as who she was. It's just I think it would work. It's well, I mean, it's like he's not the person he was anymore. So I mean that makes sense. But yeah, there's no humanity in him anymore once
yeah,
he's turning into a werewolf, and he
yeah,
can't see who she was. He can only see that he wants to kill her, basically.
yeah,
But
because he's no longer human basically, and she is. And I think there's something about the werewolf movies where the person that is gotten turned into the werewolf um, wants to kill that humanity because I think they're jealous of it. They're jealous that they can no longer have that complete humanity and have a love for another person, because his relationship with the woman in the werewolf cult, or whatever you want to call that, um, was just lust. They were
yeah,
just that there was no love in it. They were just, I mean, I hate to say it this way, but they were just kind of like animals in rut. That's all they were doing. There was no. love. There was no sensitivity. It was just we're gonna go at each other like the animals we are, and nothing else is gonna be in our brains.
Lycanthropic nookie is what they wanted. That's all they wanted.
Exactly. Um, so it doesn't look like anybody is like putting anything in the chat just right away. So I think we'll move on to the next episode, which is definitely not one of my favorites. I don't absolutely hate it or anything, but I remember like the first, I think, couple of times I watched it, I didn't get it. I didn't really get what it was trying to say exactly. I think I was a little confused. And it took me, at least a couple more times before I realized what was going on with the main character, the main woman
Mhm.
in this episode. So I'm going to turn it over to TJ to talk a little bit about going native.
I was talking about how things of the time were popping up in these episodes. Group therapy was a big thing back in the 80s. If you ever seen those big, like those big foam bats people used to hit each other with to get out the aggressions on each other. So it wasn't hurting them, but you were still getting out your aggression. So that was a big thing back then. So I see them putting this episode in that context. I think I like that part of it. But so anyway, it's about this woman who, Claire, played by Kim Greist. I don't know. Kim Greist has had a big. She's been in Throw Mama from the Train, and she was in a lot of people in the, I guess, X-Files. People from the 80s showed up in the X-Files.
Right.
She was in Punchline. I don't know if you ever saw that. That was with was it Tom Hanks in that, and Sally Field, where they're yeah, that's right. They were comedians. Yeah, she's in that. She's in Brazil. Oh, and she was in Chud. That's what her biggest thing. She was in Chud.
That's right. Yes,
she was the girlfriend in Chud. That was it.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, she's a photographer, and she likes examining people and what they do and where they go and how they live their lives. And she's in this group therapy session, which she's having issues about being in because she thinks it's going to not take away her humanity, because guess what? She's not human. She's an alien. This is not the twist. It's very early on. She's very robotic, literally. I don't know if she's literally robotic.
I think don't the others in the group, don't they accuse her of being emotionless?
Because she's not. So group is supposed to be, you're supposed to all sort of take part in it, and she's just standing by and watching, and that's sort of her thing is she just watches.
She's an observer.
Yeah, she's an observer. That's what she was sent to Earth to do, is observe the humans, and she just kind of keeps to herself because that's all she does. So the people in the group are kind of ticked off at her because they're like, "Hey, you got to take part in this. You just can't stand and watch us." And they confront, a couple of them confront her. One of the guys is like, you're not showing any emotion. Well, she doesn't have emotion, so she can't really show them. And the woman who runs the group, she's like, you got to be a participant. You just can't just take in everything and not give back. So one of the guys in the group wants to try to connect with her to get her. So he's like, hey, let's go out and get a drink or something like that. And she's like hesitant to do anything with anybody. By the way, in the background in a couple of scenes, you have to really look to find them. But from I Can't Help Saying Goodbye, the Alison Sweeney, who played Karen, and her sister are both in this episode. They don't really get anything to do, and I don't think they really get any lines either. But they're in there, which it would have been great callback to their episode if maybe they were in group trying to work out their issues about, the sister possibly being part of killing her mother and boyfriend and all that stuff, but they didn't do that, and to just have them in this superfluously.
Yeah, but that would have been the perfect thing to do.
Yeah, like there's a part of the thing where one of the characters is saying something, and that would have been a great opportunity for it to have been them, but it's just weird to have them in this episode and not doing anything. But anyway, yeah, so she sort of starts showing a little bit of emotion, but you don't know if she's doing it just to appease everybody. Mm-hmm. Until she sort of maybe falls for the guy a little bit, and they end up having an affair. They have some sex. just to throw that out there. Yeah, I mean, that's about as far as. The rest of it kind of gets into the spoiler of the twist. So I don't know what else, if you have anything else to say about this.
No, not really. Basically, what I said at the beginning about this one, I don't hate it, but it took me, more than a couple of tries with this one before I got the full impact of what this episode was trying to say. So not one of my favorite episodes, but not one of the bottom tier, and definitely not a Seymour Llama episode either. So you can tell I don't like that episode, right?
No.
So I'm gonna turn it back over to TJ to reveal the twist.
By the way, after that, I had something I wanted to say about this episode, because I think it's deeper than. Because rewatching it, I was thinking something. I was like, "Oh, it may be more deeper. It may be a deeper story than I thought it was." But anyway, yeah. So, So technically, the twist is she starts feeling emotions. Mm-hmm. Like I said, she has an affair with the dude. She walks in on him having an affair with another woman from group, and she's kind of devastated by this. And then there's a point.
Angry too.
Yeah, she's everything. Mm-hmm. She's angry. She's pissed. She's like, she found a connection, and now he's like, he just has an affair with everybody in the group, I guess. And then at one of the group sessions, she's doing the thing, hitting with the bat, and she's like, think about your mother. And she's like, I don't know my mother. I'm guessing she was a test tube, because that's how we don't really know that much about her as an alien. We just know about her and her connection to the humans on Earth. And she's just she's slamming it, and she's like, she hits it once, and she's just kind of does it like, eh. And the woman in the group, she's like, no, do it again. And then she starts getting really intense, and she starts slamming it down, and she starts crying, and she starts kind of yelling, and she's like, I'm not like you. I don't have. I forget the exact words. I don't have emotions, and I'm not that. It's human, and it's stupid, and I'm not part of that. And she's saying everything but, hey, I'm an alien, and she just kind of collapses, crying on the floor, and you hear in a voiceover that she says, I can't go home now, and she's like, well, you have to go on with your life. Sometimes you can't go backwards. Is the woman in the group is saying, but she's like, no, I really can't go back to her planet, because now she has emotions, and she's stuck on Earth, and she's basically crying and mad that now she's human, and she can't go back, and she's screwed, basically, is at the end of the episode. I think I like her transition, because she's very, like I said, she's very robotic, and she's very not emotional, and her character develops over the course of the episode. I think that's the best thing about the episode. But what I was going to say about, I think it's like I said, it's very of the time where people were learning more about mental health, and I think that's what I missed. I was more thinking about the alien aspect and not the mental health part, and I think this is a big episode if you look at it that way, that it's telling you that there are problems with people, and it's not just, there are emotional things going on, and that's a big thing about this episode, which I didn't really, that I kind of glossed over. And it's about that more than about her being an alien. And also you can look at it, her being an alien she might not actually be an alien. That could just be her way of coping with why she is this type of person and why she's not emotion. She has no emotion. So if you look at it, it's deeper than that. So
yeah, this is another episode that's got a lot of levels to it, or a lot of layers to it, I guess.
Yeah.
Because I didn't think about maybe the fact that she's not an alien. That's just a coping mechanism.
Yeah, because we see no actual proof that she's an alien. So.
Right. We don't see them hovering in a spaceship.
Nope.
She
doesn't rip off her face and there's a lizard underneath. It's something like that. So.
Exactly. If we move along to, this is another pretty dark episode. But I love this episode because this, I don't know, some people might laugh at it, but I think it's a creepy episode. In the way that some of the people end up, on the other end of this thing that we're going to talk about here. It's just, I don't know, it's chilling to me. But other people, younger people probably would look at the episode and be like, you think that's creepy? This is stupid. That would probably be the consensus for the majority of the younger people. But the episode I'm talking about is Hush. And that's a very appropriate title for this episode. And so I'm going to turn it over to TJ to talk about it first. And I'm going to step away real quick to grab me some candy because I'm starting to feel a little weird, and you don't want me to get weird. So
we don't want Dana weird. No. She might be an alien. We don't know. So, Hush. Co-written by John Harrison. So that's interesting. He did not direct it. So there's Beth is a mother, and she's leaving her son Buddy with Jennifer, who babysitter type. Beth's going on a date. She's talking on. It sounds like she hasn't had. She really wants to meet this guy, and I don't think they're just going to have dinner. I think they're going to do more than that. And Jennifer gives me she kind of had the Langenkamp.
Exactly.
Vibe.
That's what I was going to
say. Good. I'm glad it wasn't just me.
Nope.
She's got the dark hair and the thick eyebrows, and she's pretty, and she's got she's got a vibe that just, I was thinking, oh, she resembles her, but she doesn't look exactly like her, but I get a feeling that like a Langenkamp feeling from her. She's pretty good in this. She didn't do much either. She was on some show called The Marshall Chronicles. I never heard of it before. But anyway, so Buddy is an inventor who has asthma, which comes to play later on in the movie. Later on in the episode. And Jennifer's cool. Buddy's a pretty good kid too. He's not one. He's not an annoying. This is a pretty good season for good child actors. I think they don't have. I don't really think there's been an annoying child actor in any of these episodes yet.
Except Seymour Lama.
Well,
but that kid was a teen.
He was older too.
Yeah, he was older, annoying kid.
Anyway, So Jennifer's, so Buddy has this new invention. It's sort of like a vacuum cleaner, but it removes noise.
Yeah.
So Buddy starts this little toy up, and it's sort of like a vacuum cleaner, and the nozzle can find, like, it searches for sounds. So the nozzle grasps onto this toy and doesn't just stop the noise, it stops the toy.
Yeah.
Well, the thing kind of goes out of control. Jennifer's on the phone, doing teenager boyfriend, talking to her friend things.
Right.
And she notices the vacuum. It kind of looks like a vacuum because it's got a nozzle, but it's got this kind of like mouth. And it's pretty. I mean, I know what you're saying about it. Some people would think it's kind of goofy and ridiculous, but I think it's kind of creepy, especially, well, it sort of goes out of control and it stalks them through the house, basically.
And it eats the remote control that Buddy was using to turn it on and off too, or not eats, but sucks the digital life out.
Yeah, because anything that makes noise, it goes after. So, the hush comes into play where if they don't talk or speak, they're trying to get away from it, but it's basically searching for them through the house, and it's stalking them. And there's a point where there's a little bird in the cage, and the bird starts squawking and moving around, and it goes after the bird, and they're trying to, like, get out of the house, but they can't because did they get locked in? Did they break something? I can't remember what. They couldn't get out for some reason.
Yeah.
Or were they just hiding and they couldn't get to the door because
I think they were just hiding and couldn't get to the door because that thing kept, blocking them from getting to the door.
And so there's a point where the kid's just sort of trying to not move and make any noise, and the thing's kind of scoping. It's kind of like I don't want to say the T-Rex, when the T-Rex can't see, and it's just sort of trying to smell or.
It sort of reminds me of a snake, the way a snake.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah. So anyway, kills the bird. And they're just trying to hide. Meanwhile, like I said, the kid has asthma and doesn't have his inhaler, and he starts kind of coughing and wheezing, and the thing finds them, but they manage to get away. But then something happens.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if it's a twist, more like just a plot thing that happens more than a twist. I mean, I don't know if you want to say anything else about
it. Again, I want to reiterate what a fantastic episode this one is. And, we're almost at the end of this final season. We got a couple more episodes to go.
Yeah.
But I almost wish that they could have ended the series on this one and actually had the wrestling episode, which actually turns out to be the final episode, because I think that would have been a stronger way to end the series. But beggars can't be choosers, can they? Because I just think that this episode is so good, as well as family reunions that good too, that these almost feel like they could have been on the first season, possibly the second season.
And I'm not doing it justice with my explanation because I'd have to really get into what was happening and explaining it, and I don't want to just redo the whole episode because it's there's the suspense in there, and it's like a slasher movie, but it's this little robot sound sucker that's trying to kill them, basically.
What does Buddy call it? His noise eater? Is that what he refers to?
I did put it, yeah.
But yeah, I don't want to go on and on about it. I mean, I could just talk about it all night long, but everybody would be asleep then. And
Yeah.
so we don't want to do that. Um, I would probably put TJ to sleep too. He'd be over there, lean back going to sleep. So I'm going to turn it back over to TJ to reveal the stinger, I guess would probably be the best way to describe it.
So it ate the bird. It also ate a clock
Yeah.
that was going off. And something not great happens. Remember there was the mother? Well, she decided to come home.
Mm-hmm.
And she comes home and comes in, starts asking for the where the kid is, and the creature. I guess it's a creature at this point.
Yeah, she starts screaming. What is that?
Yeah, and they're in the closet hiding, so they're not seeing this. So eventually, Jennifer goes out and looks at what's going on, and the thing has attached itself to the mother, and she's just on the floor struggling, and Jennifer can't do anything because that's the thing. Once it grabs you, it won't let go. So she basically can't do anything about it. So she basically watches the mother suffocate to death.
Yeah.
And she's just like, she's not totally in shock because she realizes she just can't sit there, and she's a good babysitter. She's protecting the kid is what she's doing. No one said you have to protect the the mother.
Right, exactly.
So Jennifer decides that she's gonna figure out what to do. So this is kind of a Nancy thing. Nancy came up with traps. Well, Jenny is now turning on everything she can find. She puts a can in the can opener, so the can opener will make some noise, and she goes around turning everything on, and she's making up, she's putting things together and doing that. And she like stabs it with a screwdriver, and she's doing all these things to kill the creature, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And it finally it starts wheezing because of where she stabbed it with the thing, and because it attracted the sound, it attaches itself to itself, and it basically sucks the life out of itself. And Buddy comes out of the closet. I don't know if he did in real life. I don't know. Buddy comes out of the hiding place, and I got to go for the jokes when I hear them in my mind. Anyway, and he's scared, and he's like, I'm sure, I don't know if he knows the mother's dead or not, but he's like, is it dead? And Jenny's just staring at it. Yes. And that's the end of the episode.
Yeah. And it ends on a very creepy, some people might complain that it's a little flat, or does it come completely full circle, but I would say that's wrong thinking there, and this is my personal opinion, because it does come full circle, because Buddy created this thing, and what it essentially ended up doing, and I was just thinking of this, TJ, it's like, it reminds me of the Frankenstein monster in the old movies. The Frankenstein monster essentially got to the point where he wanted to be destroyed. He wanted things to end. Now, I don't think that this thing wanted to kill himself, but that's essentially what ended up happening because of the way it was created and the way it went after sounds. It created its own demise. By doing that. So I think in that way it kind of parallels the Frankenstein monster, or any number of creatures or beings that feel trapped by their circumstances and feel like there's no way out. There's no redemption.
Mm-hmm.
And so they just basically want to be put out of their misery. Um, so I might be getting a little too philosophical here and a little too deep, maybe taking a really deep dive here. But as we're talking about some of these episodes, things just pop into my brain, just like the Heather Langenkamp thing. I was just thinking that about Jennifer right before you said that. I was like, wow, isn't that strange how people seem to, their brains almost seem to be synced up like that. And it's not just you that I do that with. I do that with other people as well. And it's just it's not creepy. It's I'm like, wow, that's really a moment or something,
Yeah.
between me and whoever that happens to, because I don't think that happens very often, except with two people that are passionate about a certain movie, certain
Mm-hmm.
television series. I think both people have to be passionate about it before those connections happen from time to time. Like I couldn't have the conversation with Steve about Tales from the Darkside because he just doesn't care like I do with you, TJ, and with the other people that are in the chat. Because he pretty much has no interest in those old shows like that.
Mm-hmm.
Um, just like he doesn't have any interest in sitcoms anymore. He's like, I watched that stuff growing up, and I have no interest in them now. And I, on the other hand, can play them over and over and over because, again, they're a comfort to me,
Yeah.
and I enjoy them too. So, um, enough about that. I could go on and on, but I won't because we still got a couple more episodes to cover before we're done. And I'm sure TJ wants to go to sleep at some point. So the next episode is the I Love Lucy parody episode
Yeah, Ruthie,
called
little Nikki.
called Barter. And this is a kind of kooky episode,
Yeah.
but on the other side of the coin, it's a fun episode, I think. But some people might find the little boy playing the drums a little annoying all the time. But um, on that note, I'm going to turn it over to TJ so he can talk a little bit about this episode.
So yeah, like I said, it's a parody of I Love Lucy. Is Ruthie and Ricky and little Ricky, and Ricky is, I don't know if they're. He's got a slightly Ricky Ricardo accent, not full on. I guess I don't know if they thought it would be making fun of him too much. Because I don't think the Ruthie never does the. There's a couple of scenes, but it's like.
Yeah, but she is a redhead, right? And she is
she's got this
loud sometimes.
Thing of hair all over her head. And so anyway, she's doing her. She's what's her thing? She has she's
doing household hints.
That's right.
I did remember that.
It's like she's trying to win a contest or something, and she. And it's like rub this grass on that stain, and it'll take it away. It'll take grease away if you rub this on your jacket, or all those weird things. I should have wrote some down because they were weird. They were weird. Like,
right.
So the idea of the episode is little Nikki is playing his drums, and she just wants quiet so she can concentrate on her projects and have some peace and quiet once in a while. But no, he's got to learn how to do the drums so he can play with me in the group or the band or whatever.
We can go to the club.
Yeah.
I don't know if they ever say club in there, but
I don't think so. He's playing drums for something. I don't know, whatever. He wants to be a musician or whatever. Anyway, so we get a visit from, I guess, this guy he's having trouble breathing and he's not feeling well, and he's like, need ammonia, need ammonia. So he needs ammonia for some reason. Good. We trade for. It's almost Captain Caveman, but not exactly. We bought her for ammonia. Okay. So he basically he gives her this little doohickey machine. Mm-hmm. Well, first he's like, I trade this opener. So he presses the button, all the cabinet doors are open, and she's not really paying attention to what's going on.
Mm-hmm. Does he call it an opera stopper at one point?
Well, that's the thing
that's the other thing.
That's the final thing he trades, which causes the turmoil in the episode. So then he's like, I have closer, and he presses the button and it closes everything, and she's like, okay, whatever. She's not even really paying attention to this. So he's got all these remotes that do all these weird things. Mm-hmm. So he has the stopper. What was it again? I
thought he called it an opera stopper.
Opera stopper, yeah, that's what it is. And it's like it pauses people. Mm-hmm. So she uses his own little Nicky. So he's like, I'll just do this for a little while and I can get my work done and then I'll start him because it could stop him and start him up again. Well, it ends up breaking, and little Nicky is now paralyzed.
Yeah, he's frozen. Thank you.
The opera stopper has now stopped because it ain't working. And they're like, well, we got to get the guy back. We don't know how. We don't know where he is or where he. Big Nicky is like, what are we gonna do? We're gonna find him. I don't know. We have to find him. Rotate. What do we do? So she has the idea. I'll open up all the bottles of ammonia because that's how he found this. The first place. The smell of ammonia guided him towards us. So we'll open up all these jars and whatever. And there's a point where Nicky tries to he gets the thing to work, but he won't stop. He just he's like robotically playing the drums and he just keeps messing with it until it just doesn't work. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I mean, then the rest of it's kind of the twist, I'd say.
Yeah.
So,
but
it's
it's cute, but there, I think you reach a point at some parts of it where it's just overkill with the I Love Lucy parody stuff. Yeah. And I think I reached a point where I was like, can we get on with this already? Just because it was just too much. I think they should have scaled back the I Love Lucy stuff just a tad. I think they started beating us over the head with it after a while. And that didn't really it was a disservice, I think, to the episode by continually beating us over the head with, this is a I Love Lucy parody. And we're like, okay, you can stop now. We've got that idea. So I think that's probably the thing that makes this a little bit of a weaker episode than some of these others. Is just the fact that there was just overkill, but not a totally unwatchable episode, though.
It's fine. I would put this on in the background and let it, I would kind of peek my head in for a couple of parts of it and go, what's going on? Okay, yeah, I remember this.
Yeah, little Nicky's still playing the drums. Okay, I'll go back to what I was doing for a little bit. So, with that being said, I don't think I have really anything else to add to it, so I will turn it back over to TJ to reveal the twist.
So Mr. Klatsu is what his name is, comes back finally, and he's like, okay, I can, I'm not gonna do a voice. My throat hurts. So he's like, well, I can fix this. But the thing is, I want your son to carry my bag for me for 3 months. Or is it 3 years? 3 years. Yeah.
I think it's 3 years. Yeah.
3 years. And they're like, no. And he's like, well, I won't start your son back up again unless you give me something in return, and this is what I want. Mm-hmm. So they decide to poison him with, I guess, bleach. So they change they pour out the ammonia, they put bleach in there. It doesn't really affect him that much. I think he disappears, but he comes back.
I think smoke comes out of his ears or
something. That's what happens whenever he drinks the ammonia. The smoke comes out of his ears.
Oh, okay. I had that confused. Okay.
Which that's a cute. I like that effect. But you can tell it's coming out of the back of his ears, not from actually in. So they realize that they can't get rid of him, and they have to go through with the deal. Yeah. So they dress up little Ricky and little Nicky. I guess it's copyright. I can't say little Ricky. And little Nicky, and they're like, not that other little Nicky movie.
Oh yeah,
Little Nicky
with Adam Sandler. Wasn't that?
Yeah, with the devil son. Yeah. So they're like, all right, you're gonna have to go with this man, and we're sorry, and we love you, and they're like, you promised 3 years. Mm-hmm. And yeah, and then he does the airs, drinks the ammonia in the airs, and then the little kid, he has smoke coming out of his ears too. Yeah. He doesn't drink the ammonia, but anyway, so that's just like that's to show that he's now the guy's assistant, and he's going to teach him the ropes or whatever. And it ends with him going off with the guy with Klaatu, and the parents are sad and concerned, and that's the end of the episode.
Yep,
it kind of ends like that. I mean, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think that Klaatu wanted to, I guess, have the boy in training, like for him to be a successor. Because maybe this guy's not going to live forever. Maybe he can't, even though he's not from our world, maybe his people die too, just like humans. So I'm guessing he was like everybody else. He wants somebody to carry on his work after he can no longer do it. Mm-hmm. So, which brings us to the final episode of the Tales from the Darkside series.
You wrestling fans.
Yeah. And X-Ray, I hope you're still in here, X-Ray, to hear us talk about, because we're finally to this episode. This episode is called Basher Malone. And I'll let TJ start off talking about this episode.
So we got Basher Malone, played by Steve Strong, who was an actual wrestler, and he did some TV and movies. He's in the movie Looker. If you remember, they have that commercial with the gladiator who cleans the. He's got the stuff that cleans the floor. He's in that very briefly. He's in Michael Nesmith, who was in the Monkees, did a music video. Sidewalk Sam, something like that, and he's like prominent in the video. Uh-huh. And there's actually there's a couple other wrestlers in it. There's a wrestler, Wildman Jack Armstrong. He plays one of them. There's a couple of masked wrestlers in it. Bree Stevens is in it as the one of the ring girls at the beginning of the episode. Mm-hmm. And there's another ring girl who kind of looks like Woman, if you know Woman from WCW, Chris Benoit's ex-wife. Well, I mean,
Okay.
Yeah, I want to get into that. Let's say Kevin Sullivan's ex-wife. That's technically what she was. Anyway.
There you go.
She reminded me of her Nancy, whatever her last name was. She used to wear like this, like a bustier, and she had her hairstyle. Just reminded me of this girl. I'm gonna guess she probably dressed that way specifically because this was like probably around that time, 88. So yeah. Anyway, so Basher Malone is a wrestler, and he's sort of new on the scene, and he's very Hulk Hogan. He's very like milk and cookies and brownies. So he has his mother, who his manager and a ringside cheerleader, who always has cookies for him and milk and all that stuff. Played by, if anybody remembers Night of the Demons, the little old lady at the end of the episode. She plays the. I don't know why you buy so many apples, dear.
Exactly. That's making me want to go back and watch that movie.
So, so Vic Tayback from Alice and a bunch of movies plays Tippy Ryan, who's sort of the manager of all the bad guy wrestlers. And he's trying to get Basher. Oh, why I can't say his name? I keep saying Basher Malone out of the wrestling world and kind of get rid of the good guy. And because it was like he has a whole speech about it was the bad guys and we were in control of all the wrestling, and then you come along and with your goody two shoes attitude and your mommy and all that stuff, and so. Tippy is sick of Basher destroying all his wrestlers. Mm-hmm. So he's like, all right, we're going to have a private match. You come to this match and we're going to settle this once and for all. And Basher sort of is, he's a little bit self-centered, let's say. Mm-hmm. And so he goes and his mother's like, you got to be careful and this is going to be dangerous and whatever. And so we meet Tippy's new wrestler guy, Trog. I'm guessing that's a reference to the movie Trog because
that's what I was
pretty thinking. Unique for a name. So I'm going to guess it's the horror movie Trog. And Trog and his ring girl Ursula, who, like I said, looks like a woman. Anyway, they're going to fight. And so we find out where Tippy's has been getting all his wrestlers. He's been getting them from Satan. Another Satan episode, ladies and gentlemen. So all these wrestlers are basically demons from hell who are coming up to fight and take over the world, I guess, is what the idea is. Loosely.
Am I recalling correctly? Don't they try to corrupt Basher Malone? I mean, he's a little egotistical and
during the match, like the Ursula, comes on to him and to try to get him to
and his mother keeps saying, now Basher, you got to
yes. She does a lot of that. I think she's the best part of the episode. I think
so too.
Her kind of being the mother type, and you have to listen to your mother, and so Trog gets stronger the more bad Basher is. So that's why they get him the lust, kind of attracted to the girl, and he's self-centered and kind of like full of himself, which is makes it makes Trog not only stronger but like his weight increases. Like he says Tippy says something like Basher's being egotistical makes Trog 800 pounds, heavier now and harder to handle and whatever. Yeah, I mean that's basically the episode, and it's like one big wrestling match between the two of them, with rounds and whatever. And
right. So I think, if you're a hardcore wrestling fan or you were a hardcore wrestling fan,
Yeah, you get a kick out of it, I'd say. Yeah.
yeah, I think you would get a more of a kick out of this episode than, let's say, the casual wrestling fan. And I think of myself as a casual wrestling fan, and that's probably why I didn't get as much out of it as some people might have.
Mhm.
Um, I would like to ask CK about that episode sometime. See if he remembers this particular episode, because he was one of the people that said, as this series went on, it got kind of lame. That it wasn't really much worth watching. So I would love to hear, like, since CK is big into wrestling, he
Yeah.
enjoys it, and he's always telling me that I'm competing with all these different wrestling things. I'm competing with WrestleMania. I'm competing with AEW. I'm competing with whatever is on at a particular time. But if
Yeah.
I was, I'll be totally honest about this. If I was to worry about every damn wrestling match that's on, and I can't have a stream tonight because everybody will be wanting to watch wrestling, I would never be able to have any streams, because there would always be something. If it wasn't wrestling, it would be something else. So I just kind of have to jump in there and get my streams in when I can. And if people watch them, great. If they can't watch them, a lot of people tell me they watch them later. Uh,
Yeah.
so that's the thing about not having copyright issues, for one thing. So your stuff stays up there, so that people can watch it at a later time, or they can watch it at their leisure. I mean, I love having people in the chat, but I know that is not always possible to have a ton of people in the chat. And I wouldn't know what to do with the chat if there were, like if it was dead pit level and there were hundreds of people in the chat. There would be no way that you could keep up with everything everybody was saying.
Yeah.
So, Blissful says that she can't get into wrestling. Uh, I think that only certain people really appreciate uh, wrestling to that fullest extent. I think there's a small core group of people that really are, I don't want to say addicted to it, but that want to watch every wrestling show that comes on. Um, so Texas also said, he says, I met Steve Strong at a cauliflower club banquet in '92. He was getting drunk at the bar with Don Morocco.
That must have been an interesting sight to see.
I would imagine, yeah. Texas has so many interesting stories. That's why I wish he would come on some of these other streams again. I'd be happy to have him on again, because the other thing about Texas is he has an excellent radio type voice. And
Hmm.
so even if he comes on here audio only, he sounds great on these streams. So, Texas, you have an open invitation anytime you want to come on again. I haven't even had him on a watch along for, gosh, it's been a while. Um,
Yeah.
so that, unless TJ, do you want to add anything else about this episode?
Well, it ends with obviously Basher wins. There's one point where the his mother throws the milk on Ursula, and she starts melting like the Wicked Witch. So her face gets all gross, and just slime is coming from her face, and she turns into just basically a puddle with her outfit. And like, well, I guess that was too wholesome for her, and it killed her. Then there's a point where they're talking about we're gonna get Tron toys, and then she goes, and an Ursula figure. Like, yeah, right, Ursula and Tron toys. Yeah, okay. But yeah, it's basically, Basher, he wins because he's no longer conceited, and
Mhm.
it's all right.
It doesn't really have a twist. It has an
No,
ending, but it's not a traditional uh,
yeah,
Tales from the Dark Side twist or Tales from the Dark Side stinger. It just kind of, okay, we've got an ending, but it's not a Tales from the Dark Side ending. And it's another one that, besides having the demons come from hell as wrestlers,
yeah.
it's not really, it doesn't feel like a Tales from the Dark Side episode, or it doesn't to me. It's another one of those that doesn't feel like one in the traditional sense. But
Oh, and it ends with Badger going, "Mom, when's the last time I took you to dinner?" And she goes, "Never." And
yeah,
so, well, let's do that now. And they go off arm in arm.
yep,
And then,
they do.
oh, and Trog and uh, what does he do? He falls, or he tries to jump at Basher, but he ends up jumping and hitting Tippy, and they both stumble into the doorway to hell, and that's where they end up. That's what happens to the bad guys. They go back to hell. Is basically what
Yeah,
happens.
they have to go back to hell. They have to leave and go
Yeah,
back there.
I guess Tippy wasn't a demon. He just was, I guess, sold his soul. Or I don't know. He was the guy who was dealing with the demons that were sent to Earth by the devil. Whatever. Anyway, yeah, they end up going to hell, and then Basher and Mom go off to dinner, and that's the end of it. That's
Yeah.
it. That's it.
Wonder
For
where
me.
they. I wonder where he took his mom to dinner. Hope he took her somewhere nice.
They probably went to a buffet. That's where old people like to go. Buffet.
Exactly.
That was back when you could go to a buffet. I don't know if they have those anymore with the COVID.
Well, I think the it changed a little bit, but I don't know if things have gotten a little more relaxed now. I don't know if they should get more relaxed, but I think they have. But at one time, at least here in Louisville, there were some buffets like Chinese buffets and stuff
Mm-hmm.
that they would not let you handle the tongs and stuff like that and actually get the food yourself. You would tell the restaurant workers, I want this, this, and this, and they would put
Yeah.
it on your plate. So it was kind of weird. But everything about COVID was weird anyway.
Yeah.
The whole situation. In my 46 years in this world, I have never seen anything like that at all.
Yeah.
And I hope I don't see anything like that again.
Good God. Knock on wood.
Yeah, exactly. Um, so Texas says he loves Trog, the Joan Crawford film.
I have to buy that. I don't own that one. There's a couple of movies I need. I need to buy that one. I need to buy.
That one either.
I want to buy 0 Hour, the movie that inspired Airplane.
Ah,
And I want to. I don't have Dark Star by John Carpenter.
I don't have that one. No,
Because I think the editions they have are like. No, I think there's a Blu-ray, but I don't know if it's a Region 2 or it's ported over, something like that. But I don't think there's ever been really like a. They haven't done a 4K of that. But then again, that might have been 16 millimeter, so they might not have a.
yeah, wasn't
movie
it
film like they do.
essentially kind of like a student
It
film?
was a student film, yeah.
Yeah.
Dan O'Bannon directed it. I mean, wrote it. With
Blissful says, I tell some stories, but Texas teases me about my corporate rock friends. Oh, hell, Blissful. You can tell stories. It'd be fine.
do you know Trickster? Did you see that on the street? The guy's got a bunch of stuff from a friend.
Oh, really?
And they had like a Trickster poster, and I was like, "Do you remember that?" They don't even remember that band. I remember the band because they were like a country rock. I don't know if they were Christian or not, but they were very like. Maybe they weren't Christian because they were like. They had sexy girls in their videos, but they was just like kind of boring rock. I thought, whatever. Anyway, when they got like posters and stuff, that the guy included in their packages, and I was like, okay, trickster. That's a blast from the
I
past.
don't know if I remember that. I'm gonna have to look them up. I could probably find them on YouTube, couldn't I?
Yeah, I remember like one song that they did. Like I was idiot who bought an album, a DVD, a CD, and I just like I never listened to it more than once. So,
Right. Um, so it is now midnight officially.
good. The
According-
dark side is always there, waiting for us to enter, waiting to enter us. Until next time, try to enjoy the daylight.
and I hope
We haven't
that,
talked about the movie, but we're not going to do that because it's midnight. So,
yeah. Um, and
anyway,
also, I hope that little quote. I hope CBS doesn't get us for that.
the direct quote is not. It's not a song.
Hopefully, their algorithms won't pick up on that. But whatever, I'm not going to worry about it. Um, so my video officially, my Twin Peaks video is officially does not have any copyright stuff on it now because I trimmed it up. So CBS can go hush now and leave me alone.
You mean a vacuum cleaner is going to kill them?
um, Blissful says no, but I did hang out a lot with Guns N' Roses.
Oh,
And
cool.
she says her last rock boyfriend was a member of Megadeth.
Which one? Don't just say that and not say which
Yeah,
one.
yeah, you gotta tell. You gotta
Was it
tell.
Ellison?
Texas says I remember having this metal magazine video, and it had Pantera on it, and it showed some footage with Anselmo, and he says we're Trickster. So come on, Blissful. Before we get off here, you got to reveal. Okay, NDA.
Ah, well, original members or replacement member? It wasn't Dave Mustaine because that would have came out. We would have known that.
Yeah. But like Blissful in Texas, they astound me with not only their knowledge of all this stuff, but the connections they had with different.
Yeah.
Oh, she says replacement.
Oh, okay.
But that's still cool, though. I mean, how many other people can say that, you know, how many other women could say they had a boyfriend that was in Megadeth? She said she had coffee with Joan Jett. Now, I think that's
Oh, nice.
awesome. I love Joan Jett. Wow.
I never saw her in concert, but I saw she.
I got to see her in concert with, it was her and Hart and Cheap Trick. And Steve got us tickets for that because he knew that I love Cheap Trick and I loved Hart and I loved Joan Jett. So he said, you'll get to see all of them this way.
I saw her on Broadway. She was in the Rocky Horror Show.
Oh.
She played Columbia.
Oh, that's interesting.
And you know how in Columbia tap dances, she came out and played the guitar. So she came out. I was like, it was pretty cool to see, just to see her in like doing like an acting thing, and then coming out with the guitar was a big surprise, and it was like, oh, that's cool. And Dick Cavett was like the narrator.
Oh, that's wow.
I think he's dead, right? I think Dick Cavett's dead.
I think he is now. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but
it was like 2001, I think it was.
That's been a while back.
That's when she had the really, really, really super short haircut.
Oh, and she also met Johnny Depp a few times. My friend designed some jewelry for him. Now, my neighbor, speaking of Johnny Depp has connections to Owensboro. And I think he came back a few times, even after he was famous, to visit family in Owensboro. And Owensboro is about 30 minutes from where my parents live. So I was in Owensboro a lot. but my neighbor grew up in Owensboro. And so I think she said there were a few times that she saw Johnny Depp or
Huh?
she had connections with like cousins of his and so that's really cool. I always like to hear Johnny Depp
Yeah.
stories as well. So but this has been fun, guys. But if I don't get off of here now, I'm gonna be face down on my desk and TJ might as well. So I know he's got to get some rest. I know you guys in the chat got to get some rest. I will read this one thing that Texas just put in here. He says, I saw her in a tiny club and she had this band Lungfish open for her.
Yeah.
They were from Baltimore and I knew the singer when he was in a punk band with London May from Sam Hain called Reptile House.
Samhain.
Yes, Alan, I know. We but I was doing it like the way it looks, the way
I
it
know. I know.
is.
I
So,
know.
I knew I should have said Samhain because somebody was going to get me on that.
Yeah, me. It's me.
Yeah, but if it wasn't you, it probably would have been somebody else. So that's okay. I don't mind. But now I am going to officially call it a night. But I do want to thank TJ for taking this trip back in time with me to cover all of the episodes of the Tales from the Darkside series. It has been fun. I don't even remember at this point how many weeks we've been doing this now. They've all
Well, we
started.
skipped 1 week because I had stuff going on, but yeah, we did the first season one in 1 day in one.
That was a mistake.
That was a stupid idea, and
It was a mistake. Yeah.
and then we had 6, so 7. Yeah, 7 weeks, not counting the week that.
Mm-hmm.
When I have something in my throat, I sound so much like my father, and I don't like that. Anyway, anyway.
Blissful says, great live, Dana and Professor TJ. And so thank you, Blissful. And on that note, I'm going to skedaddle on out of here for the night, and I'm sure TJ is going to be going to bed shortly.
Cheers.
Oh yeah,
Bruce says, "Go see Evil Dead Rise." No.
Thank you, Texas. Texas says this was a great series of shows. Appreciate that. There's more to come. There's going to be more to come, and I hope that TJ joins me for at least some of
Yeah, I'll try to get on that. People don't seem to like this second season of Twin Peaks, but I think maybe part of it is people didn't like the reveal of who killed Laura Palmer, and that might have soured them to the. But I like I'm not going to get really into it, but I like a bunch of the stuff. Like I love the whole Maddie and the love triangle, the Maddie,
yes,
James and Donna love triangle, and how that ended was a brutal ending to that relationship.
It certainly was. And we're going to get to all that eventually.
Anyway,
get to those.
Thank you for having me. It was great going down memory lane and
yes, it
traveling
was.
back in time, and we didn't have to be accused of witches and hung for the stake.
Exactly. So I'm going to skedaddle on out of here for the night, and I will see everyone on the flip side. You guys in the chat have a great night. TJ, you have a great night, and I'm sure we'll be connecting again at some point in time, if not the Twin Peaks stuff, with something.
Smoky guns. Okay, there we
go. So good night, everybody. Good night, TJ. I will see you guys next time.